Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, August the 31st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. So you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. So let's get rolling. Not a lot of action for me this morning in the pre-market. Let's take a look at what is happening. Actually, I'm leaning towards a short of this ACIU. Actually, almost took it right about here, and then it popped up and it had a lot of big topping tail, bottoming tail. The only reason is, these Alzheimer plays are really coming under suspect, of course, with Sava. So anyway, I'm keeping an eye on this one as a potential short. There are shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. So that is the ACIU. Corsair, CRSR. I think this is a meme stock today. Very active. Corsair. And it is still holding. It's not up a huge amount, up 5%, holding its own. RHE. I don't think I saw any news on it. RHE is a gap up. Can't see any specific news on it. It's a healthcare stock. Got as high as $13.44. It's a big drop, $2 from the high in the pre-market. SYTA, Canadian company. I think they had some kind of a $500,000 order or something. SYTA. Low float, $4.5 million in the float. So strange things could happen today with this one, SYTA. Lizzie, L-I-Z-I. L-I-Z-I is an earnings play. It gapped up after hours. You can see the reaction after hours yesterday. Kind of holding, 5. Another low float, 12 million in the float. GSAT. So after all the hype yesterday about some Apple analysts saying that Apple may use might be a good partner for them for satellite. And then, I don't know, news circulation that the Apple 13 will not have satellite capabilities, but yet I'm reading also that Apple says that they want to have satellite capabilities for emergency use only. Anyway, bunch of nonsense. So this is in complete disarray now. It takes out that 194. It's not short. Yeah, it is shortable for me. Okay. ZM, yeah, Zoom earnings play. Gap down on earnings. ZM down 14%, $50. Released earnings. When did they do that? After hours yesterday. You can see the reaction and continues down. So again, let me just take a quick look at the ACIU. So this is a phase 2 results. Alzheimer's studies. Listen, I mean, I cheer them on, of course, but let's see, the high over here is 1250. The high over here was 13, or is 13. So that 1250 may be a tough one to get through. ZEV, I almost went long this one this morning. ZEV, Z-E-V, pretty crazy action. It accelerated right to the top here, 1025, and it's pulled right back down. Trading higher after the company reported a partnership with Rev Group's Collins business subsidiary, etc., etc. But so the initial reaction was huge. I mean, look at this. Then all of a sudden it just sold off. Apps has a gap up. APPS, a gap up. And it's holding. It's a big gap up, 10%. I'm not sure I see any news other than, I don't see any specific news. STNE was just popping in as I was opening the room. STNE on earnings falling. STNE, big gap down, guys. I mean, look at this. It's taking all this out. And underneath, boy, it's got a lot of room underneath. Earnings play getting just hit. Not very much volume yet. It's a big float. Again, not very much volume yet. That's what it is. Okay, thank you. Regarding apps, inclusion in the S&P 400. Hood still weak after yesterday. Also, Hood is a little bit, well, it's not as weak. But this whole stuff about, profit for order flow, definitely in the news. So we'll have to see how this plays out. CHS, Chico's earnings play, not doing very well. CHS. Wow, look at this. I mean, again, I don't know if that's true, but anyway, there's a topping tail and a bottoming tail for Chico's CHS. And a little one, I think it was starting to give it up. PALI, little pharma or bio. Let's see, some analysts, Maxim has put a price target of $7 on them, so that's caused this one to pop, I guess. I don't see any other news on it. Maxim Group initiates coverage on Palisade Bio with a buy rating, $7 price target. So anyway, that's caused this one to spike up, $9.5 million in the float. And I think that is the end of my list. I know, and yeah, somebody mentioned Spock. I had it on my gap up list. I do see now that it is a potential buyout by yeah, for $10.75 a share. So it's quite underneath. I evidently nobody believes it. It's way underneath the potential buyout. I know, listen, just because you get a buyout for $10.75 doesn't mean it should trade up there, but this is, it's almost like nobody believes it. Or they're going to reject it. I don't know. ACTG, though, ACTG, let's see what ACTG is cheaper than them, I believe. It's a $6 stock. Is that right? Yeah, $6 stock. So, we'll have to see what happens. No volume at all. A little bit strange. All right, 9:12, let's take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Oh, one thing to point out, this STG, yeah, our provider has not updated the information. This is so. If you're seeing this STG, it is not up almost 1,400%. Okay, this is I don't know why they did it this way, but it's a 2 for 25. In other words, 12 and a half. One for 12 and a half. Reverse split. So this stock actually was like a 60-cent stock yesterday. So disregard that. It is not up 1,400%. Wow, there's hardly any action regarding upgrades or downgrades. I'll get them in. It's going to take me no time. Okay, those are the upgrades, and there are 3 downgrades. That's it. This is from briefing.com again, okay? I mean, it's not the extensive list, but this is what I use every morning. All right, there you have them. Only 3 downgrades and only a few upgrades from briefing.com this morning. Yeah, you check that action out, Casa, with Zev. My goodness. I almost took this one. Right around here, read the news, and okay, why not? And what happened is I was late. was thinking to myself, okay, you can get all you want at 9:30 at nine. I don't mean the time. I'm talking about the price at $9.30. You can get all you want, and then all of a sudden it just started to move, and then it just zipped right up to 10.21. I figured, oh well, I guess I've missed it, and then it just came right back down, like literally right back down. Okay, what else is starting to... now this is a very cheap one. I don't trade these, but in case anybody is interested in looking at sub $1 stocks, SONN, lots of volume, 22 million. So it's already traded the float. It's up 39%. And let's see why. Okay, the company announced a successful completion of the discovery phase for its next preclinical pipeline candidate. All right. So there's your news for SONN. Again, I don't, I didn't even see this one. A few days ago, it actually got up to $2, but then it just dropped so hard. I think there was another cheap one that I saw. Yeah, here's another cheap, no, it's not up as much. Yeah, BORR. This could be the real wild card, guys. This PALI, P-A-L-I. Let's see, the next high looking left is 379. It's a low float, 9.4 million in the float. Maxim has put a $7 price target on it. That's the reason. That's the only reason I can see for this pop. When we look left, 309. So it's it's right at that high. This is back in July, end of July. So actually about a month ago. So it is just above that high, and so when you look left, the next high is 406. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. The highs in the pre-market were up at 335. But because of that low float, anything can happen. And let's see, yeah, well, ZM is really just, is it going to bounce at all? A little bit of a bounce here, or a finding a floor, maybe. That's a big drop, boy, 14%. Obviously did not. I know they released earnings. I'm just trying to see what their, maybe... Okay, so Zoom's record quarter wasn't enough for Wall Street, so obviously maybe it fell below expectations or guidance. I have no idea. At any rate, doesn't really matter what we think. It's what the market is telling us right now, down $48. All right, guys, let's take a quick look at the big ETFs, the big sectors this morning, see what's happening. Right now we're in for I would say almost a neutral open. Nothing's really down that much, at least in the SPY I'm talking about. So let's take a look at the sectors. Let's take a look at our favorite one, energy. So energy, 86% of the stocks are down. Let's take a look to see what is the best sector this morning. Well, there's the ACIU, guys. I mean, yeah, my bias is negative, but it doesn't mean I can't switch. Let's take a look at what is the best sector right now in the pre-market. Best as in the most up consumer staples. Nothing is really ripping, as you would expect with the SPY. Kind of, I would call it even neutral. It's down 0.22. Of course, this can change. You know, about 15 minutes into the market open, all this can change. All right, so ACIU. So took out that 1250. The next high looking left is 13. Now, if it can somehow find its way through that, I'm talking the monthly charts, and then 1740. Take a look at the weekly chart. What's that one over here? 13. So yeah, so that high right there is 13. Back out the weekly a little bit more. And you've got to go back quite a few years now. Yeah, so I mean, we'll have to see if we can take out 13. I mean, it still has a run left in it. Well, that's kind of old news, though. I mean, the hood. I mean, this has been ongoing with the hoods, payment for order flow. Oops, no S. All right, so I had no pre-market trades this morning. So typically what I do is I wait out the first 15 minutes, let things kind of settle down a little bit. And of course, I can't wait to see what sort of alerts we get from the option scanner today. It has been a super producer for the last few months. So just going to wait to see what sort of alerts we get there. Mizo receives a sell from Chardon Capital. Okay, so I'm just looking at Mizo. Mizo Blast is weak. Where are they out of? Okay, that's an Australian stock. Okay, so they're weak. Look at this gap down. MESO. All right, just took an alert for ACIU at the high, pre-market high. See if it takes it out later. Yeah, PayPal. Yeah, I mean that was the news with PayPal yesterday. Of course, yeah, maybe becoming a broker with their 400 million subscribers. Taking a look at that. Anyway, we have no idea how this is all going to play out. This payment for order flow is a hot topic, of course. But I guess you can't have it both ways. You want free commission? Okay, then they've got to make money somehow. You don't want free commissions? You don't want payment for order flow? Okay, commissions aren't free anymore. I mean, I don't know where it's going to play out or how it's going to play out. I'll just stick with good old Interactive Brokers. And, okay, what's something that's popping in here? Oh, this is on the way down. Oh, ENDP on the way down. SQBG is Chapter 11. Sequential brands. Wow, look at this drop. It's just popped in here. This wasn't doing anything until, well, just right here, 2 minutes ago. How do I answer answer that. Is IB beginner? Everybody say, I shouldn't say everybody, but I mean, I guess it's not the most friendly platform in the world. I have no problem with it. You know, it took me a few days to get it up and running the way I wanted it. This is 5 years ago. Haven't looked back, so I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it's. I mean, I'm a very I have a very pedestrian use for it. You know, I have my order entry up there. Again, I haven't changed it in 5 years. Is it the prettiest looking? Nope. All right, guys, just a minute. Put myself on mute just for a minute here. That is 100% correct, David. Even more. It was based on. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. It was based more on the. You know, if you had you're buying something and it was $40,000 or $50,000, it was more of a percentage of that. Yeah, it was insane. Well, it wasn't back then because that's all there was. Talking about commissions back in the before actually online brokers came along. Yeah, SLQT guys, SLQT is having a little bit of a run here. This is going to be so key. I mean, look at this. I mean, there's that 918. We looked at this one yesterday. I was really interested in this one if it could take out that high, which it did not yesterday, but it's trying right now. I might be able to break out the. I mean, listen, it's no big deal. I mean, Benjamin, you're going to have to if you're going to take IB. It's just a very simple order entry screen. That's all it is. I suppose there's a way I can disconnect or have it float, but. Keep an eye on this one, guys. It's SLQT. There are screenshots all over the place, I'm sure. SLQT, guys, I mean, really keep an eye on this one, especially the longer it holds over this high of 2 days ago. This could, I'm sorry, I think it says it's 3 days ago now. I mean, there's that gap, that potential gap to fill. All right, guys, I just want to get ready here. I got to close down some other windows. There we go. One of my scans, my pre-market scanning. Where can you enter? You mean on a chart? Just left click. What time is it? Okay, yeah, left click and just start typing. Left click on a chart and just start typing. And the symbol should show up and you can hit enter or click on change. It'll also show up in the single stock detail. You could put it up here if you wanted. Okay, guys, ACIU is getting weak, but you know I'm not hopping in on a short right away. I just want to see how it kind of chain or trades a little bit. Yeah, I don't know what to say, Benjamin. I mean, I've just got a very simple order entry screen. You know, got the bid and the ask, and you know, and order entry, and I just you know, when I click on an alert in Trade Ideas, it shows up. And I just pick where I want to trade it. Oh, sorry guys, we're open. Yeah, caught me by surprise. Okay, let's have a great trading day, everybody. Meanwhile, I just typed in Macy's and look at a little pop from Macy's here. Well, you got to wait for the market to, you know, Taro. I mean, I don't know. We're a good. I mean, you know, if it takes out 12 again, but it, you know, I have to wait and see how it trades. I mean, look, it's, you know, you got some topping tails now. I mean, it got up to 13. I mean, you know, I'm not in any hurry to take a look at a short yet. And I'm not saying I'm going to go short. It's just that ideally, this would have happened in the pre-market, like a tank in the pre-market. It hasn't, so you know this may be strong all day, or for a good part of the day anyway. And we have a halt. Yeah, I saw this one in the pre-market. I didn't really talk about it. This FCUV actually was down in the pre-market. I looked at this daily, said, what? Where are they out of, and what do they do? I mean, this daily just said, you know, forget about it, but there's some action coming in here. Low float, 15.9 million in the float. But again, it's early. Mato or Mato? Yeah, there's Corsair, guys. So this is a meme stock today, okay? CRSR. I guess the Wall Street boys that got a hold of this one, or people. Sorry, not boys. People. So look at this. Look at the volume coming in. Sava up and down. Sava up and down. Wow, look at SLQT, guys. Boy, the longer this holds, I mean, this could have a nice run. But again, you know, as I said yesterday with the SLQT, for all the reasons it did this 4 days ago, they're still in effect. It's not like everything is wiped clean. You know, traders are just looking at this as a bit of a bounce play. I don't see any other. Okay, I do see that the president purchased 230,000 shares. There are some insiders. COO purchased 230,000 shares at $8.85 a share. So, you know, they're trying to prop this up, putting some faith in the company, I guess. The CFO, the CEO, or sorry, the president, the CFO, and the COO purchasing shares. And above, 898, around the 890, 885 mark. So, you know, they're trying to show some faith in the company, obviously. Well, guys, ACIU looks a little bit bleak now. You know, it didn't hold that 12 very well. But listen, if somebody asked me when would I mean, there's no way I can't say, well, this is where you should do it, okay? This is certainly not this type of room. I'm not a financial advisor. You know, I'm just, it's still a little bit early. I mean, this can pop just like that too, but Fubo on the move here. But look at this. There's the 200-day moving average. Not that far. Well, it's about $1 away for Fubo. Fubo. All right, Zev is right back up on some volume, guys. So they did have some news this morning. It was pretty tough trading it. I almost went long here. I missed it, and then I was glad because it just sank like a stone. And it got all the way back down to 9. Now it's starting to pop again. Did have some news. Volume is coming in. 31 million in the float, so it's not a low float, not a crazy high float. But again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. Things can be so erratic. Maybe remember 8 or this was a option play from Friday, I believe. Yes, and then it had another nice day yesterday. Now it's starting to give it up. ATER. See, I mean, look at the ACIU. Look how still whippy it is. Got down to what, 11:30, back up to 12. And let's see, the FCUV came out of the halt. I mean, listen, this is really a strange one. I don't know how to even, I mean, the volume is starting to come in. Okay, so Focus Universal raises $10 million via IPO. So this is kind of an IPO, starts trading today. I mean, it doesn't look like one. You know what? Let's take a look at the date here. Yeah. Anyway, you know, had to mention it because it was a halt. Okay, guys. Well, the ZEV is running here. Just be careful. I mean, just remember what happened pre-market, how it dropped. Also. Look at Sava. Sava's having a nice rebound so far. Again, this is the one that got beaten up. Alzheimer's play. All right, I do see that the ACIU did show up on the my option scanner. However, you know, what I'd be doing is, you know, look at all these toppings. I put another alert there to see if it takes it out again later on. It's just too early, in my opinion. At one point, I used to put a delay on the option scanner of 15 minutes. But I thought, you know what, let's just take a look to see what's coming in. Can always put a price alert back up there. Remember now the ACIO. So it's 32 million in the float. So it's not high, not low. So this is a Swiss stock, okay. Yeah, DVAC's on the move, guys. DVAC's on the move. Wow, look at DVAC's on the move here. Look at this daily. Look at the volume that that's coming into DVAX, DVAX. Now, definitely keep an eye on the ACIU. If it takes out that, the trigger was at 1250, 1255. It takes it out again on some volume. I mean, this obviously got up to 13. It could easily, it really has no resistance. So I'm not saying it's going to happen. All right, guys, ZEV is over 10 now. ZEV over 10. And it's taken out the pre-market high. I mean, that was a crazy candle for it. This RDHL, this was from yesterday also. RDHL, shoot, I wanted this one to rest a little bit. I think this was from the option scanner also yesterday. Look at this follow through. RDHL, over 10 now. All right, so what's the market doing? So Dow's down, SPY's down a little, Tech's down a little, so it's still early, of course. Boy, this ACIU is really, really, really whippy. I mean, look at that candle. It got down to 1141, right back up over 12. Very, very whippy right now, ACIU. Oh, BBIG. This was a big meme stock yesterday. Moving down now. This is it's actually shortable for me. Again, this is early, guys. Only 10 minutes in. Yeah, some of these. One of the ones from yesterday, KPLT. Excuse me, one of the flyers from yesterday. Starting to give it up. Wow, Sava is just having a tremendous bounce, guys. I mean, there's a big $4 bounce for Sava. Hood is having a big bounce. A couple of dollars for Hood. RHE, yes, RHE is still, well, actually, it had a pullback, but now look at the volume coming in. Look at the, okay, man, look at the float, guys. 1.5 million in the float. This can go crazy. Remember 3 months ago? Got up to 28. Not saying it's going to get there. And it just got halted. RHE just got halted. Boy, BBIG is just tanking here, guys. Wish these meme stocks would just go away. But they won't. They just won't. All right, so this ACIU is so whippy. Look at these topping tails, bottoming tails on the 2-minute chart. Now looks like, okay, now that's a huge candle down. That looks like this could be over. Ha ha. I hope not. But look at this. I mean, look at this. You see how whippy things can be in the first 15? I'm not saying things settle down after the first 15 minutes, but, you know, this ACIU is a classic, example. And we've got a market. Okay, so there's the first 15 minutes. So we've got a SPY. That first 15 minutes is a red candle so far. Second candle is direction unknown. Okay, I'm just really kind of concentrating on the ACIU to see if it gets back over 12 and gets some volume and just pushes it through. That's all I'm concentrating on right now. ACIU. OCFT. Big float. Just looking, it's very active though. Look at the bounce back for STNE. I mean, this is how, you try to pick a direction early on. It's very, very tough sometimes. Well, not sometimes, most of the time. I mean, look at this. It just got down to 44, pop right back up to 48. It's an earnings play, STNE. So if you're new to trading, wouldn't be the worst advice just to sit out even the first half hour. Just to try to let things settle down a little bit. The SPOK on the move here, guys. I mean, this is kind of a strange one. A 1075 offer. But it's way below that offer, but it is a bit of a strange one. And does it trade? Yeah, it does trade options, but hardly any right now. Skills is on the move, guys. SKLZ on the move. So far, nothing is. RHE is still strong, but it did have a big pullback. So, look at Corsair. I mean, look how whippy. It got all the way down to 29.24, right back up to 30.37. So there's a dollar move. Corsair, meme stock today, I guess. Okay, things have settled down just a little bit. I'm not getting too many new alerts. SKLZ though, SKLZ. So take a look left. The next high looking left is 1124. So, it's got a lot of resistance up in this area. It's too bad all this was there because it is really having a kind of a nice day. I don't see any specific reason. Okay, well, if you got the AI, guys, you can see right off the bat, SPOK. Pretty good. There was the alert. I can talk about it now. 939, 972 for SPOK. It's a nice, definitely a nice one from the AI to start off with. So I'd be careful around that 10 mark. You know, 10 can be psychological to get through. It may power through. It seems like there's an offer of 1075 on the table for this company. All right, guys. Well, unfortunately, I did not get it, but the ACIU, this looks over. Let's see if 11 holds, but this looks not good now. Well, again, you know, my initial reaction was a short. The only thing that gave me pause was, you know, it did come in my option scanner, but so early. Yeah, this looks over. And the haters are coming into Ader. Wow. Yeah, well, I just think unfortunately, these Alzheimer's stocks are coming into a lot of scrutiny. You know, because of Sava, I guess. So CHS is an earnings play, and this is, let's see, looking left on the monthly chart, 461. So I mean, it's got some room, I guess. The weekly that 5 may hold on the weekly. It's an earnings play. Very not a good reaction to earnings, obviously. Look at this stone. This looks like it's going to go positive. I mean, what a reaction. I mean, down to 44, up to 48, $4 pop, STNE. This is an earnings play. It's only $1 now below, a little over $1 below the close of yesterday, STNE. Now, I would really watching this to see how close it gets, and then maybe it falls from there. All right, now things are really, I'm not getting too many new alerts now. Lizzie, okay, LIZI is an earnings play. Look how whippy that is. Look at that topping tail and right back, I mean, RHE 1219. Again, very whippy, guys. Just tough to get a reading on direction. And the SPOC now is falling. So remember what I was saying, that 10 might be a real tough one to get through. So far that's true. This is a rare earth play. REE. Wow, look at this one. All-time low. One of these all-time lows. REE. This QBG just came out of its halt. Again, filing for Chapter 11. Really? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Well, I'm sorry. What's happened is, yeah, that, it's sort of a second. It's a second notification. You're right. The first one was halted because of news, and now we're saying halted because of extraordinary events. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I thought it was a resumption. Yeah, well, there's a certainly the first 15-minute candle was red. Second one is continuing red. So the markets certainly are in a little bit of weakness. I keep watching this ACIU. I mean, I almost took that short underneath 11, but it's just popped up a little bit here. I mean, look at Zeb, guys. I mean, you see how hard this can be. I mean, you think, okay, Zeb, pre-market, got up here, 1027, had news, pulled all the way back, all the way down. I mean, these are big drops percentage-wise, all the way back to 9. Market opens, looks good again, takes out that pre-market high, drops all the way back down. Just really, really tough price action if you're trying to intraday trade anyway. That's why, you wait a little bit and hopefully things can settle down a little bit and your setups are a lot easier. Well, I'm not saying it's dead. I'm just saying it's sort of resting here at a level. Oh, I don't think it's going to stay here. It's either going up or down. There's no way it's just going to stay here for the rest of the day. No, I completely agree. Lead's on the move here. I haven't seen this one for a while. Look at the room this one's got, perhaps. Another low float, 2.8 million. Let's see if there's any specific reason. I do not see any specific reason for the move. Low float, 2.8 million in the float. Volume coming in. All right, now this one's a little bit more interesting, I think. The SLQT with all the insider buying at 885, 890, okay? SLQT settling down a little bit. Look at all the room it's got. I'm talking about the SLQT. So, CEO, COO, president, CFO, I believe, putting their faith in the company. I mean, they bought a lot of shares, 230,000 and 95. So they put some money into this company. I'm not pumping it obviously, but I'm just saying this is why, this one has a shot to start filling in this void a bit anyway. But again, for all the reasons that went down, they're still in existence. Stick an alert around 943 for this one. It's not a low float. It's okay. 107 million in the float, but this, could have one of those gentle, less stress-free type trades. If it holds here and starts to move again on volume. I'm talking about the SLQT. Again, I'm not telling anybody to buy it. William. RDHL. Wow. So this just showed up in the option scanner. Now, let's take a look. Let's take a look left. For RDHL, and let's see what we see. Next high looking left on the monthly chart is 1152, so obviously that's far enough away. On the weekly chart, the same thing, 1152, that's far enough away. So this has got some room. Doesn't mean you pile in right now, but I mean it's got some room. At least it's got about $1 till it starts hitting these highs. And of course, I had a great day yesterday. Big continuation today. It's really that simple. It's a big continuation day today. Well, I mean it's making my my minimum, 2,000. So, I mean, I don't know what to say. If I said yes, Daniel, is it going to influence you? All I can do is lay it out for you, okay? I really hesitate saying, yes, I'm in, no, I'm not, I'm selling now, I'm doing... You have to make up your own mind on these things. I laid it out on the SLQT. Why it was active today with the insider buying, the amount of room it has, but still, for all the reasons it went down, they're still in effect. All right, I see VG showed up also. VG. But again, it's going to pop up and right back down. So again, when you look at my option scanner, I mean, you don't, what I always do, I click on the alert, check to see what's happening, check to see what sort of room there is. I don't have to take the trade right away. It's more like a watch list. But so the VG for me, let's see, looking left, well, it has some room, but the alert was right up here at 1486. So when you look left, the next high is 1527. I mean, that's not that far away. So I mean, look what it did. It got up to that, almost up to 15. So it's not as, a great looking play as some of the other ones that you can get from the scanner. All right, so we had 2 down candles, and now maybe a holding this level here for the SPY. I mean, the markets aren't down a lot. All right, so you're out of here. I don't know who you are, but putting you in a timeout. This is in our YouTube room. So we see, so SQBG did resume, I see, and on the way down, and now it's halted on the way down. Yeah, right, Aja. Yeah, that's exactly what I want. Well, sometimes they're not 5-minute halts, April. Sometimes they're, usually it's a multiple of 5, so maybe this will be a 10-minute halt. All right, guys, I'm just watching this ACIU. I think for me now, I mean, if it took out that 1090 again later on, I think that might be it. So I'm going to stick an alert at 1085 for ACIU. And if it takes that out, we've got a couple of bottoming tails there. The 15-minute chart, if it takes that out, I may have to put a short in there. Well, yeah, I saw this one actually pre-market. Had a little pop in it, DBI. It's an earnings play, DBI, just getting kicked here. The next low looking left is 1414, so it's got some room down to this area. There's the 200-day also. So that 14 area may support it, if it gets close enough. Meanwhile, Lizzie, oh man, Lizzie looked pretty good at 5 for a while. This is another earnings play, LIZI, another earnings play. After hours got up to 525. Looked like it was holding. Pre-market was holding. Market opens, boy, just straight down. Not quite straight down to me with this big topping tail in that 15-minute chart. But right now, it doesn't look good. Next low looking left on the daily is 416. So, I mean, maybe this area will hold it. Okay, so it was a 10-minute halt for SQBG, just coming out of its halt. All right, guys, RDHL is right back up now. The 1043 was the alert from the option scanner. The 1152, so it's got a little bit of room, you know, to that area up here. Had a big day yesterday, a bigger day today. Look at the continuation. This was an earnings play on the 26th. All right, there it goes, guys. RDHL. Okay, so again, there's the next high looking left, 1152. But as you know, I'm always a little wary about the whole number, which is 11. Halted on the way up. Let's see. You are right, it is halted on the way up. Bottom fishing here. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, we've got a winner here. Definitely with the RDHL. Trying to get through that 11. If it gets through 11, I mean the next high is 1152. So and that ACIU is still flirting with that 11 also. So a couple of stocks flirting with 11, one on the way up, one on the way down. And let's see, this says SQBG just got halted again on the way down this time. Boy, this ACIU, I mean, it's stubborn at 11. It is really stubborn here. I tell you, it gets through 11, RDHL. It's got that shot to the 1150 mark. Not saying it's getting there. I think somebody was mentioning QLGN before, so now this is showing up as an option play. The option volume is now meeting the minimum. However, look left. What do you see? What I see, lots of resistance. Not that far away. Now, I may be completely wrong. Okay, guys, we've got a real winner here, RDHL. I mean, look, again, I keep saying this, the next high is 1152. So look at the huge difference between the alerts that we've got from the option scanner, and based on, when you look left and the room these ones had. The QLGN is just not interesting to me. Listen, this may take this out, but the RDHL certainly had the room. If you're wondering what I'm talking about right there. And you know what? It's time, guys. It is time. 10:20. Just give me a moment here. Just give me one moment. Okay. All right, well, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay, now again, you got to trade these. You know, that's what I was waiting on, okay, when I said just a moment. You've got to trade these, okay? You can't expect they're just going to keep soaring higher. And it was getting a little bit, closer and closer. 1152 got up to what, 1118, getting a little bit closer to that high. But you know what? This might be so I've taken some out. So, sorry, welcome to the room. Again, if you're new to the room, this is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. I'll put my homepage link in, a lot of information on my homepage. Okay, so on my homepage, in this main trading room, as I call it, I have a tab here also, Barry's homepage. That's available all day long, of course. I put the link in here, but if you click on my tab, then there's the link. Click on the link, and here's what you're going to see. So first of all, a way to take out a subscription. Here's how much Trade Ideas costs. You get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. We have 4 plans. Annual monthly premium standard, $22.68 a year, minus 15% for our annual. Standard is $10.68 a year, minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI, which I'll go over in a little bit. You don't have to have an annual plan. Monthly is fine. Standard is $118, premium is $228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. Trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. What I should say is this. These are free services. The trade of the week, the stock of the day, and all the education, all right? These are all free. So the trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video around noon Eastern Time. All the education links are here. If you're new to Trade Ideas, I really recommend you take the 20 introductory lessons. It goes over all the basic features. What is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, etc. All the way down to backtesting, the AI, which we nickname Holly, and Brokerage Plus. So all the basic features are explained there. Daily support. There's a YouTube room that I moderate at the same time. I take a break at noon. One of the other traders takes over. Today is Tuesday. Now, Michael Noss is on vacation, so I'm not sure. Probably it's going to be Chris. I'm going to say Chris is going to be in the room at noon. But before I take off for my break at noon, I'll put the YouTube link in. So if you want to head over there between 12 and 1, you can. Daily webinars. So yeah, we're on a new schedule. So there is not one today. The new schedule is Monday, Wednesday, and then the following Tuesday, Thursday, rotating like that. So there is not one today. I know we used to be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but they're going to a rotation. So there is not one today, but you can sign up for them all right here. Educational videos. Again, creating your account, starting Trade Ideas from scratch. Lots of videos are here. If you're new to trading, great little 36-part video series. It starts off with what is a stock? So if you're new to trading, it's a great little series for you to watch. Okay, so there's a lot of information on my homepage, including, what I haven't gone over, obviously you have to be a subscriber. You want my scans. This is a sample layout that I share, and all the individual scans that I've created, including my favorite one right here, the moving higher with unusually strong options. So, a lot of information on my homepage. Save the link. You save the link, then you can take, especially these 2 sections, you can take a look at all these 2 sections whenever you want if you save my link. Wow, look at ACIU popping right back up. Give me a moment as I size the window. What was the trade of the week this week? I should know. I can't remember. What is the trade of the week this week? Lithium. It's LTHM. I do remember now. LTHM was the trade. Is the trade of the week this week? LTHM. And I would say that you're almost. I don't know if you've been stopped. No, there's the stop right there. So it hasn't been stopped out. I think it fired yesterday briefly. Look at Sava, guys. What a bounce here for Sava. Man, oh man. All right. So for those of you who are new, looking at this, wondering what it is, we're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use trade ideas. This is an example of a scan that I've got called Basic New Highs and Lows. I right-click on it and then click on Configure. And then click on Summary. It shows me what I'm looking for. So in this particular case, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. This is a great filter we've got. Current volume is 8. That means it's trading at least 8 times normal up to this point of the day. Minimum 400,000 shares, etc. If these filter requirements are met and a stock makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks today. Great news about all that is that you do not have to learn a programming language. These are all the alerts that we have, and if we get to these icons, these are all the filters that we have. I don't go over them all, of course. What I'm doing right now is I'm just showing you that I think we have enough alerts and filters that for the most of our customers, they can create the scan using those with the combination of those alerts and filters. Now, if you're brand new, you don't even have to know how to create a scan. You can take my scans as an example. You know, if you again click on my home page and go to the scan section, you see all the scans that I'm sharing, including a sample layout. So you don't even have to know how to create a scan at the beginning. But for instance, you might take a look at my basic new highs and lows and like the idea of it, but maybe you don't like that price range. You know, so you can easily change it. You know, just go into make a change, 10 and 20. I'm just putting something there. Click on the summary and see how it's changed. Other thing we have is a big channel bar. This channel bar they're all theme related channels. So for instance, if I click on the momentum channel, and I look at this one called Momo, okay, is momentum. I click on it. If I like this scan, I'd like to be part of my layout. Easy enough to do. You just save it to the cloud and you bring it back. I'm not going to go through the mechanics of it, but the idea though is that you can go through the different channels and extract alert windows or top list windows or different scans that we created. You don't even have to know how we've created them. So we try to make it very, very easy to start off. You know, and there's probably some of our subscribers never create their own scans. That's okay. We created a lot for you. You can always use ours. But as you get more accustomed to using trade ideas, you know, as I said, you might want a different price range or even different minimum volume. Very simple to do all that. Take a look at OLB. Speaking of this, the high right there is 408. And this is one of those that is not shortable at Interactive Brokers. When I say not shortable, the big red dot. So probably a lot of brokers cannot short this. Brokerage platforms cannot short this one. The bad spread, 404, 414 for a $4 stock. That is not a good spread. Pitbull doesn't care. All right, so that is that. That's a basic overview of what Trade Ideas is, and just a basic overview of what our AI is. If you have our, first of all, it's a part of our premium service. If you have our premium service, then all I would do is this: just click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, and this is the window that you'll see. Never mind these two, but this is the window that you'll see. You have there's nothing for you to do. You just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. You saw the SPOK came in at 942. Potential entry, went down here. Potential entry was 939. There was your stop. AI got out of this trade. You can follow it all day long. I use this when I do try to trade it. I use this like a watch list. Okay, but there's no videos on how to use the AI. How you use it will be up to you. It's actually having a pretty good day. Let's take a look at Deo. Wow, there's a lot of room for this one. So take a look left. What do we see here? Left is 1086, 984. Boy, there's a ton of room on this one for Deo, D-A-O. It's an earnings play. So good reaction so far to earnings. No real reaction in the pre-market, very spotty. But how you trade it will be up to you. Okay, the other window I want to go over is this Brokerage Plus window that you see here, this big blue window. I'm going to put the video or the link to 2 videos. Guys, RHE is right back up. There's the pre-market high for RHE, and look at the float. 1.5 million in the floats. Very, very low. All right, so I just put a link in called Brokerage Plus. 2 videos. The first video, the short video, shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to actually trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay? But please listen carefully. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you can't use this window. It's a feature we have. It's an option. Even if you have an IB account or an E-Trade account, you don't have to use this. But it's here. It's there if you want to. Where I like to, and the second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use it, and it's also relevant, pertinent to how you can use it as a simulator, paper trader. Okay, this is what I try to demonstrate. If you're new to trading, please practice trading before you commit money to the market. We've got a great simulator. It uses our real-time data. Okay, so it doesn't matter who your broker is, it uses our real-time data. Now let's say you wanted to take this RDHL trade, okay, in a simulator. But you don't want to take it right now. You want to take it if it pulls back, all the way back down to 1010. Okay, so let's show you how you can do something like that. I'm going to put 1010 in both boxes. And we have activity at my feet here, guys. All right, so I put 1010. I put 1010 in both boxes here, and so you can see what will happen if RDHL pulls back all the way back down to 1010. It'll take the trade. Okay, I'm just showing the mechanics. Okay, just showing the mechanics of how to do that. I'm not saying this is what you want to do in this particular instant. It wouldn't necessarily be the worst thing, but I'm just showing you the mechanics of how to do it. So right now, yeah, so if I leave this in here, that big blue line here, and it gets down to that 1010, it'll take 300 shares, okay? So that's how you can practice, pullback trading. Now let's take a trade and we'll talk a little bit about money management. Let's see if I can find one that's kind of interesting, maybe. Okay, again, just demonstrating how you would take a trade, put a stop in, and how that stop then will share size you. And we'll go over how much money you probably should be risking per trade, depending on your account size. So, I mean, if you had a $5,000 account, well, okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. When you get into trading, you know what? Every trade is not going to work. Love to say every trade is going to work, but of course that's impossible. So, a strategy should not be hope and pray that a trade is going to work. Some trades just don't work, and that's okay. As long as you have a stop, a price you're going to get out of the trade so that you're not losing too much on the trade, that's fine. So let's just say, for argument's sake, I want to take this trade right here, this QLGN. Again, I'm just using, the mechanics of doing this. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to buy right at the market because it's only a 1 cent spread. So it took the trade at 157. I'm going to put my stop at 137 to make the math simple. It's not because that's where the stop should be. It's just I'm going to show you later on. By putting a 20-cent stop away, it's just made the math simple. But when you get into trading, you have to have a price where you're going to get out. Now, what I like to do is I like to size up a chart, and where I see some support on the chart, I think, okay, if it broke down through that support area, I probably should be out of the trade. So that's how I look at it. Others will look at maybe the low of the previous 5-minute candle or 15-minute candle, and that's fine. Maybe a moving average. How you eventually come up with how you're going to place your stops will be up to you, and that's all you can do is practice, all right? See how it works. So in this particular case, I put my stop 20 cents away, not because every trade I have a 20-cent stop. I just wanted to make the math easy, because once you place your stop, once you know, of course, you know when you're getting in. Before you take a trade, you know where you're going to get out if it works against you. In this particular case, that's a 20 cents difference. Because now, the second thing is, if you have a $5,000 account, you should not be risking, say, $1,000 a trade. So, in the simulator, what I do is I risk $100 a trade. So, that will share size me. How did I get 500 shares? Well, if my entry is 157 and my stop is 137, that's a 20-cent difference. If I divide 20 cents into the $100 that I'm prepared to lose on the trade, I get 500 shares. Just doing it the reverse, 500 shares times a 20-cent stop equals $100. So, there's a little bit of math that comes into play. You shouldn't, in my opinion anyway, you shouldn't be just saying, well, I'm going to take 500 shares every trade or 100 shares every trade. Your share size should vary based on your stop. So 2 concepts. First of all, getting used to the idea of not every trade is going to work. I have to have a price where I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working. So I know that price, and then that will also dictate how many shares I'm going to take, because I only want to, you don't want to start risking again $1,000 if you have $5,000 in your account. And then the next step is obeying your stop. Very hard sometimes. You get into trading and you can't believe a trade isn't working. I've heard great things about the company. Maybe it's had great earnings, or you think it's had great earnings. Even, we're talking about it in the trading room. Everything seems great, and guess what? They don't all work. Even if you got the best setup that you can possibly have and the best news that you can possibly have, sometimes they just don't work. But so in those cases, it's sometimes very hard to obey your stop. So instead of obeying that $100 manageable loss, you start moving it down, 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 and you keep disobeying your stop even as you keep moving it down. So that $100 loss, by the time you finally get out, that might turn into $500, $600, $700. So try to obey your stop. Wow, look at the ACIU now. Wow, as I'm doing all my talking, it blew right through my price alert. Helped us. Depends what it is, I guess, Buckeye. I don't know. I can't tell you. What was it an account issue or what was the issue? I mean, I can try to help if it's not an account issue, but usually we're pretty good. But I don't know. I don't know what your what's the issue. Morning. I was going to say good morning, Barry. Good morning, Real. Okay, listen. If you give me your, I'm going to send you a private message. Hopefully, you can see it. Okay. Give me your email address. I don't want you to put it here. So hopefully, you can see. I've just started a private chat. I've just put test in. Give me your email address. Okay, and I'll contact support and see what's going on. Hope you can see. I just opened a private chat box for you. Doggone it! I missed that ACIU. Okay, let me see what I can do here. Let me just copy it. All right, I've passed it on. I'll see what they say. I mean, let me just copy what you said. All right, I have passed it on. Hopefully, I'll see what somebody says. Okay, they've got your email, so they can look you up. I can't answer that. Normally, I mean, 20 hours is too long, but I don't know what the situation is. Okay. All right, guys, the SLQT on the move. It's been a little bit choppy, but not bad. I mean, got down to 935, but on the move again with all those call it the C-suite purchases. Okay, well, because it's an Alzheimer's play, Ben. I mean, what's happened with Sava. I think that just a lot of skepticism about company, and it's a phase two. Okay, so I just thought it was too much too fast. So when I saw this, I wanted to short this pre-market. There were no opportunities for me to short a pre-market, but that was my initial bias for sure. Now it's playing out, and unfortunately, I didn't get the short. I see you had a pinned Windows problem or something. Anyway, I can't. Yeah, I can't help you. They're aware of it now. I think Bill is creating a draft that he's going to send to you. Oh, guys! Wow, that you know what? This is showing up now on the SLQ2 is excuse me. SLQT is showing up on my option volume modification that looks for the next high at 960. So, I mean, this is a case in which, reading the news does help. When you see, the CEO and the COO and the president and all, and committing, they bought a lot of shares at 985, 990, sorry, 885, 890. I mean, it doesn't mean that it's going to rip, but, they're showing some confidence in the company after a disastrous earnings release. We have another halt here, guys. ELYS. ELYS just got halted. Look at this. Okay, so 541, 541. That is what I'm seeing. Boy, if this, interesting to see how this opens. Excuse me. It's a low float, 14 million in the float. Next high looking left on the monthly is 547. After that, 594. So there's a little bit of resistance between here and 6. Have to see how it opens. But somebody wanted this right now. Look at the volume that came in. I mean, it's half the volume of the day right here. More than half the volume of the day right here for ELYS. I'm really watching this ACIU now under 10. See how well it holds under 10. If it really starts collapsing from there, I may have to dabble in a short. So give me a moment, guys, as I'm watching this. The longer it holds underneath 10, it keeps. I'm talking about the ACIO. Sorry, ACIU. Man. Look at all that action right at 10 for ACIU. Guys, again, I'm just really watching this ACIU. You get a bid of 985, that might get me in. And just put a whole number stop on it and see what happens. ELYS just resumed. And guys, this is not a recommendation to do exactly what I'm doing for the ACIU. And I'm just keeping an eye on the ELYS also. ELYS, low float, 14 million, came out of the halt. And again, though, it has this, sketchiness between the 550 and the 6 in terms of resistance. But obviously there's some interest in this stock right now. Look at that, 1.5 million. Basically 75% of the volume is right here. And I'm trying to see, received its Washington, D.C. sports betting license. Okay? So it has received its sports betting license. Should have been following Reels. Was mentioning this one earlier, the SHLS. Excuse me. That won't work. All right, now go Ed. Again, look at this. Unfortunately, 312 is the next high. So it showed up on the option scanner. 312 is the next high. It's just got all this, little pockets of potential resistance to get through. Can you not see? When you look at this chart, it's not clean. Imagine if all this weren't here, if it were underneath, and you just said maybe that was the next high, it'd be awesome. To me, it just looks like it's not going to, it just may really struggle getting through. Lots of volume coming in, though. Yeah, nice. Aja, I know you said you were long and strong this one. Remember when I was going through the different channels and we looked at the momentum channel and one of the scans had OLB on it? Yeah, I'm looking. Yeah, well, yes, Mama Bull, ACIU, definitely. I mentioned that if I got to 985 on the bid, that would get me very interested. So, you take it from there. I mean, it's no slam dunk, believe me, but no, I know it's there. I know it's there. And why would I be interested? Because of look at where it came from, and it's not phase three or anything like that. I mean, look where it came from, all the way down here. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but time is it? Man, RHE, that was the one right from the get-go. Not quite from the get-go, but look at the float. Why can something go up 52%? Because look at that float, 1.5 million in the float. It was a great alert from the AI. I mean, that was a great one. 1192 on the alert, 1278 now. So the AI's actually had, a couple of, that one especially though. The Spock earlier, SPOK earlier, as it got close to 10, you should have been really getting out some, in my opinion, and it's back down to 961. But the Deo, it's an earnings play, I believe. Yeah, so it's an earnings play. Look at the room it's got. Now, as Real saying, it's a fade candidate. But remember, it is an earnings play, and look at the room. I mean, you know, as far as an AI alert is concerned, I mean, you had to pay attention to this one. I mean, look at the room it had. Too bad it's not an option play. It just doesn't trade enough option volume to make it. Yeah, I didn't like it. GOAD, I didn't like it because of, you know, look at all this resistance right here. I mean, it may pop through, but it's not clean. I mean, not that Deo was an was an option play, but look at the difference. Look at the difference when you see the room looking left that a Deo has. Okay, compared to the GOED or ED. So I looked at that, and I mean, listen, it may pop through, it may roar higher, but I don't like this daily at all. Now, the same thing with the ELYS. I mean, you got the alert at 571, but I kept saying, you know, it's got all this resistance near 6. You have to look at these longer term time frames. Just because we're getting an alert for anything, I'm not talking about just in my option scanner, but you know, everything you're seeing in my scanners is making a new high of the day or a new low for the day. So again, you know, you're training yourself to look left at the higher time frames. Where could it go until it hits the next high? If that's relatively close, it becomes, to me, a non-candidate. Now, doesn't mean it's going to stall at the next high, but, you know, I would rather it not be there. Oh, I'm sorry. I missed that. I'm sorry. Yeah. Dr. Wade, I missed that. Sorry about that. Yeah, this is not an advertising forum. Sorry, I'm just. Yep, Q&A starts at noon every Monday to Friday. Yes. I mean, you can ask me questions. Don't get me wrong. You can ask me questions too, but the other guys are more able to, maybe. Well, it depends on the question, really. But they're more swing traders. Chris will be there, but Chris is also very good with Brokerage Plus. So if you have some Brokerage Plus questions, certainly store them up. All right, guys. Well, I don't know where this is going, but I sure hope it goes further down. ECIU. Not an easy, but how's it looking now? Well, you know, the best thing I can say about it is that 10's trying to hold. That's all. You know, I mean, if it can get maybe Pop through maybe about that 1022 mark. It may have a little bit of a run in it, but other than that, I can't. I mean, I'm not going to guess which way it's going to go now. Nice bottoming tail there. I mean, it got all the way down to 950 and popped back up. But you've got a big topping tail there, so I mean, there was a lot of excitement, and then the selling just took part. But if 10 holds and it starts to move on some volume, it could have another run to the 11 mark. ENLV. ENLV. Let's take a look at ENLV. Yeah, let's see what's going on with this one. 10%. The volume's a little light. I mean, I know the relative volume's good, but the volume's a little light. 1381. Yeah, so I mean, you're right. I mean, the next highs, it's got some room. I'd like to see the volume a little more. Yeah, there's no shortcut to the trading room. Okay, I have to go through the same thing. If you're talking about the main trading room, I have to go through the same thing every day myself. Okay, you just have to go to our homepage and click on the. I mean, I think if you maybe save this link, this can help, but there's no big shortcut. Okay, I have to do the same thing even though I'm the moderator of the room. You're talking about this trading room, right? Colado. Yeah, so the web access, right, guys. Well, we got for me anyway, got a little bit of winner going here. See how much further it can go down. ACIU. Yeah, so the web, I don't use. Now, are you using web for any particular reason? Are you using it because you have a Mac, or you don't have a PC or something like that? Because the PC, it's a PC based program. It's way better on a PC. So your answer, yeah, there's your answer. Editing only in the down on the channel bar, yes. EMA is fast, SMA is slow. That's my limited knowledge about. I'm glad you asked an easy question there about moving averages. Well, I could not find an entry to short it pre-market. I wanted to, desperately. I wanted to short it, but look what it was doing, and then it moved higher. And then it was still whippy. It was, I mean, it did get back up to almost over 12 right there. That was the big candle right there. So I wanted to, believe me, I wanted to short a pre-market, but it didn't give me the opportunity. Are you using our doc version, Colado, or are you using the what version of Trade Ideas are you using? If you go to Help and About, it'll help me a little bit. Help and About. Are you using something that starts with 5.5? See, I don't add anything to the channel bar. I have to admit, I know how to do it with the other one, but I don't add anything to the channel bar. Let me see if I even know how to do it with the dock version. That might be something for Chris when he shows up. I don't know if he's done it either, though. Yeah, so I mean, listen, guys. I recommend going to the latest beta on our website, okay, and download the doc version of our channel of our program. If you go to our home page, you go to my home page. So if you go to my home page, you click on that link. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So when you click on my home page, this is what you'll see. And then just scroll up to the top. Get this a little bit bigger. Scroll up to the top, download software, and keep moving down until you see the latest beta, okay? And then you'll have docking and all those, you know, I think anyway, the docking is a great addition. Especially if you're somebody who wants to go and use our channel bar during the day. Because now you don't have to worry when you click on new dock channel. Now you don't have to worry about, well, you know, I don't want to do it because now my layout will disappear. I've got to save my layout, bring it back. You don't have to do that anymore. You know, you can just click on a channel and your layout still remains. Okay? And then of course you can save a window, save a scan, put it in the cloud, bring it back, make it part of your layout, things like that. What's this one doing? RSVR. So I would really encourage people to use the dock version of Trade Ideas. Well, obviously right now, Eric, I mean, with the ACIU, I mean, you know, I have a bias against any bio that releases phase 1 or phase 2, okay? The only problem is that it didn't do it in the pre-market. I was hoping for a collapse more in the pre-market. It took a long time for it to really collapse. So, I mean, where could it go? Well, I mean, there's where it started. I'm not saying it's going to get down to 725, but, you know, so I was waiting for a 10 break. And, you know, I said a couple of times in the room, you know, I have to watch myself. I cannot tell people what to take a trade. But I said, if I got a 985 bid, I'm pretty interested. So the 985 bid happened. And it's not like from 985 it went straight down. You know, got back up to 990 or so. So I had to wait a little bit. But once it really cleared that 985, I mean, it's working out great for me. Now where it's going, I don't know. I don't know how much further it's going down. You know, if I see a little pop, I'll probably take some off, but all right, guys. Well, this Ellis now is, you know, I mean, I don't know what it's going to do. I mean, you know, I'm conservative. So when I see, you know, resistance close by, and it's happened to me many times, you know, I look at this resistance at 594. I think that could stall it. And, you know, all of a sudden it just takes off. I don't know if it's going to do that, but that prevents me right now from getting into this trade, even though it showed up on my option scanner. But I remember the WKEY from yesterday, you know, showed up on the option scanner. You guys remember? And it did this. I was reluctant because there was a 200-day moving average at 775. I think the alert came around 750 or so, 755 or so. I didn't like it, but look what it did. So I'm not, you know, it got all the way to 9. Okay, so I've taken some off that ACIU, the mint, it's starting to base a little bit here. How you trade it, if you got into it, is up to you though. Don't let, please. It's the way I trade. Yeah, I mean, you could put an alert, I suppose, at 6 for it to see if it takes that out. The next high would be, the next high on the monthly chart anyway would be 732. Let's take a look on the weekly chart. The next high would be 732. Yeah, so the next high would be actually 676. With that would be okay. That'd be far enough away. So sure, yeah. Doesn't mean, you're going to pile into the trade at 6, but at least you'll know about it and see, how did it get there? Was it straight up or was it a little bit of a base and then a pop through 6 on volume? So, set the alert and forget about it. And then if it happens, your price alert window will pop up on your screen. Then you can click on the alert. You can see what the chart looks like. You can see, did it do it on volume? But, for some reason, look at the volume coming in. That's huge volume. It's traded half the float so far. That's 50 times normal. And they did have news, something about a Washington, D.C. license. So, it did have some news. Another great call by Real on the short for DAO, calling the top. Give me a moment here. All right, guys. Okay, so the market is actually putting a little bit of a pop in here. So Dow is positive. SPY is, basically flat. Tech is a little bit down, but I think we're going to go positive all sectors. All right, take a look at STNE, guys. STNE. So I don't think it went positive. No. So this was an earnings play, released earnings after hours, and then reaction this morning looked pretty bad, but then all of a sudden had a big run, but now it looks like it's starting to drift down again. Reality setting in again after that, that recovery. Got all the way down to 44 something, 44 or so. A $4 pop. Now this could be the start of its descent again, and that's the STNE. And we have a little cross. It looks like the 80 MA crossing the 20 SMA, right there, on the 5-minute chart, and that is for STNE. Just out of the price range I like to trade. I mean, it's an AI trade. I mean, it's working pretty nicely. I mean, it's a great looking trade from the AI, 58.30. There's the 200-day moving average, so it still has some room above it. I don't know if there was any news on it, but I mean, it's pretty extended now in the 15s. Not really that extended. I mean, these are fairly narrow candles. Look at the 2-minute chart. It's kind of basing. 5 minutes, kind of basing. But I don't trade. It's just out of the price range I like. That's all. But it looks pretty good. I don't know. Again, I'm trying to see if there's any news on it. Didn't somebody say this was? Ah, that's right. That's right. This is being added to the S&P Mid-Cap 400. Okay, that's right. So that is the news on it. So, take it for what it is. But if you're asking me, oh, I love it, you should buy it now, of course I can't say that. Okay, guys, STNE starting to give it up. Give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right. Well, this Ellis is definitely. Look, the news looks good. I mean, I don't know how much money they can make out of this, but I mean, the news does look good. When I say the news looks good, it is eye-catching. Okay. Again, I have no idea what the upside is, but here is the news. Received its Washington D.C. sports betting license. So it's a good-looking headline. Now, what it really means in terms of how much money they can make, etc., I don't know. But it's a good-looking headline. And, of course, that is obviously, look at the volume that's come in. I mean, just check, previous days, all these days back here. I mean, this is just tremendous volume coming in. Meanwhile, ACIU, after that brief little blip up, continues down. I did take some out at 940. But I'm in at 985. I covered some at 940. I'm just going to see how much further this can keep drifting down. We even have a cross now. All right. Well, that's way up here. Yeah, I mean, it's a Canadian company, ELYS. Let's see where they're out of. Toronto. So they're out of Toronto. Italy? Okay, well, we have Toronto, so I don't know. Now this is shortable for me and anybody with Interactive Brokers, not very many right now, 22,000 shares. At Interactive Brokers, and this is the ELYS, if it cannot get through 6. But it's not above the 5-minute Bollinger Band, so it's not, incredibly extended. Certainly not above the 2. Now it is above on the 15 though. Interesting. What do you think, Real? With the ELYS? In terms of a potential short coming up. RHE, let's see if RHE, I think so, but let me just see. Nope, not for me, not easily. It's not the big red dot, but it's, not easily. And that is kind of typical of a stock with very, very low float. Yeah, sometimes that's the best thing. You want to start shorting these really low float stocks if you had shorts available. I mean, I'm not saying it can't work, but you run the risk, of course, of something really bad happening. All right, Michael, I see that you have sent the files. Okay, so hopefully they can help you now. The person who asked about our support. I didn't take this one, guys. I mentioned it. It's a little bit outside the price range that I normally trade, but the STNE starting to fall still. I think I mentioned around 47.60. Meanwhile, RHE, I mean, you might be really happy that you don't have shorts for RHE. And listen, at some point, it's going to fall, right? They all do. But, trying to pick it sometimes, I mean, it's not above, just looking here, I mean, it's, believe it or not, I mean, it's not above the 15-minute Bollinger Band or the 5 or even the 2. Yeah, this is pretty strange. It's almost like it's like a buyout right here for Vonage VG. I mean, I know it's not, but flatlining right at 1450. I know this came in the option scanner. Didn't love it. 14 at 1486. A couple of reasons. Too close to 15 for my to the whole number, and that's in my opinion, it's a pretty psychological whole number. 5, 10, 15, 20, etc. Those are the psychological whole numbers for me anyway. And then if you even if it got through that, the next high looking left was 1527. So, you know, you get an alert at what was the price at 1486 is just not I didn't think it was that great. Maybe. I mean, if it you know, memorable. I mean, maybe if it holds here and then it drops down below that low. I mean, maybe. I can't predict it. Well, how you rename any window? Any window, doesn't matter if it's in the cloud. Actually, I'm not even sure you can, I'm not even sure you can rename it in the cloud. Let me just see. You can't rename it in the cloud. You're talking about renaming it here? Yeah, I don't think there's a way to rename it in the cloud. I mean, the idea is you rename it, you load it, then you can rename it, configure, summary, and here's the name. Okay? So I don't think you can actually rename it. Yeah, like up in here. I don't see a way. There's no, and if I right click, there's no rename or anything like that. So basically you have to, I've never even thought about it. I mean, when I rename things, it's always have them up and running. Now here's one I completely lost sight of, and I shouldn't have. I should have put an alert somewhere. But all right, well here's the Ellis guys, the ELYS. I mean, hey, listen, this could now that we're over that number. That number meaning 6. I mean, it's got a little bit of room. Well, that's a big boom, guys. Well, I took out that 6, and now, you know, don't be afraid to take profit. But wow, I mean, this now, looking left, again, that 732, what did I say? I know there was something a little closer. Yeah, 676. So, I mean, it's got the room. I'm not saying it's getting there. But yeah, once it took out that 6, well, yeah, I mean, it's probably real is probably right. 676 is the next area. But there's no question, this now turned into a great play once it took out 6. But if 571 was the alert, I wouldn't have taken it there. But now we're talking about it being above the Bollinger Bands, okay? Before it wasn't. It was, sitting down here. And this is not shortable. Now, remember I was saying there was 22,000 shorts available. Now, at Interactive Brokers, they've been snapped up. All right, a little bit of excitement there. Meanwhile, GSAT is just, well, it's at the low of yesterday, 194. It takes this out. It's got a shot to get down here. I mean, if you followed the news on this, pretty sketchy. Some Apple analysts said, yay, Apple, GSAT would be a good partner for their satellite, for the satellite aspect of iPhones. And then today, I read somewhere where it said the iPhone 13 won't have satellite capabilities, but then I also read that, I don't know, Apple wants to have some sort of satellite capabilities for urgent calls. So I don't know what's going on. All I know is that GSAT it looks like it's a real dog right now. If it takes out $1.90, then it could just easily fall right back down. Meanwhile, ACIU is making another low. So I'm going to be taking my break pretty soon. This is probably the most patient I've been in a trade. I shouldn't say it like that. Just watching it. I mean, had to watch it for a long time. I had my bias. And sometimes my bias isn't correct, of course, but my bias was always short this one. And I'm talking about the ACIU. And again, it just goes into the whole idea of phase 1, phase 2 results with these small bios. Looked great in the pre-market many, many times. But a lot of times they start drifting down in the pre-market. It's just that this one didn't. But, all of a sudden the reality sets in. And reality is setting in. Yeah, I wouldn't be, I mean, listen, a company has all the right in the world. It's not that they made this up, okay? They have all the right in the world to release something like this. And it looks lovely, great, fantastic. Who doesn't want, some breakthrough with an Alzheimer's drug? I mean, of course, we're all rooting for it. But the reality sets in is that, okay, how many years away? That's what it's all about. So I don't fault a company for releasing it. Traders don't want to pile in on it, but there's two ways to make money on this. I also think that Sava is just a big weight hanging over any company that releases any information about Alzheimer's right now. And that's probably the first thing that triggered in my mind when I read it. Another little pop here for SLQT after the pullback, guys. SLQT. Okay, give me a moment, please. Yeah, so this is now looking more like a fade. I mean, right now for the apps, obviously. I mean, they hit the top or at 16. Now it's starting to fade. I don't know if real pointed at any fibs for this one for APPS, but again, out of the price range I like, but just for fun, see if those shorts became available for ELYS. Again, no, not yet. And DDI, yeah, I haven't followed any of the IPOs really in the last little while. I've been too interested in them. So DDI opened and at 18, so this is a little strange. No action whatsoever. Is that right? There's no action on this. And it has opened, right? Well, I mean, I see, but it's 18. I mean, it's 18, 1802, you know, something that issued at $18, you would expect, you know, some activity either above or below 18. I mean, I see the yeah, I mean, I do see the volumes there. It just seems really strange that it's right at 18. That's all. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, sorry about that. So I see ACIU continues its little descent here. So there's been a little bit of covering. Gone. There were 1,500, then 1,000, and now they're gone. Shorts for Ellis. So there was a little bit of covering, and now they're gone. All right, guys, it's getting close. Let's see, 11:48. So I'm going to put the YouTube link in here. I'll be taking a break right around noon. Chris will be in the YouTube room starting just probably right around noon. If you have questions about Brokerage Plus, uses a lot more than I do for actual trading. I think he has an IB account. So if you have questions about Brokerage Plus and other general questions, of course, you can head over there. So I'll put the YouTube link in. You know, real, you're not going to believe what I'm doing. I have something called a RAF channel. I actually do have one IB chart open, and I put this RAF channel, and it's pretty interesting. I'm on a 30-minute chart, or RAFF. I thought I'd play around with it, and it's pretty interesting. Now it looks like this. Oops, let's see. Yeah. Wait a minute. Is that right? Yeah, sorry, yeah. Yeah, so it looks like this. So there is just, a couple of lines here, a 30-minute. And when it starts getting close, that's your short. When it starts getting down here, there's your bounce. I mean, I've been following for about a week and a half now. I know what I wanted to say just before. Yeah, this Pali, Pali, I completely lost sight of it. That is my bad. I mean, this is this is another one of these bios. Okay, with a pop. I think it had some. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, the pop was because Maxim put a $7 price target on it. But, big deal. But now it's just floating down, and it was shortable. I remember seeing it in the pre-market thinking, all right, this is shortable. But I just forgot about it. RAF, I think it's RAFF. RAFF. I don't even know what it is. I mean, I don't know what it is. I mean, and obviously it's drawing some lines, channel lines. I don't know what the principle was behind it. I thought I'd just load it to see what it looked like, and I've been just kind of, looking and seeing where these things seem to top out, and where they start to break down. So, yeah, it's just a study. A regression study, a RAF channel. Yeah, regression study, RAF channel. I mean, there's a standard deviation. I don't know if it's exactly the same as reals. I was just fooling around, just wanting to see what it would, what that even meant. And it's surprising. Yeah, this is just something in Interactive Brokers that I'm playing around with, okay? And these lines here, they're called a RAF, R-A-F-F channel. This is just something in Interactive Brokers that I'm playing around with. So the theory being, I guess if it ever, got down to this level here, it could bounce off it, just like any other type of channel. Well, I don't know. I don't know if it is. I mean, they have an SD's, they have a standard deviation channel also that they call standard deviation channel also. I don't know how different it is. Yeah, so for instance, I mean, again, I don't, and I admit, I don't know if this is after the fact, but there's where it touched and fell. This is the RDHL, but they do have, oops, there we go. At a study, so they do have regression study. They do have a standard deviation channel. Again, I have no idea if it is, like reels or trading views. I have no idea. Yeah, I mean, I actually did read about it, the RAF. I just never heard about it before. I thought, you know what? Why not just put it on there and see what it looks like? And so Reel's answering the question. It is not like Thinkorswims. All right, guys, so I'm anticipating Chris is going to be in our YouTube room pretty soon, so I'm just going to put the announcement in that I'll be on my break. Well, the AI, it doesn't matter who your broker is. If you're asking about, Drew, it doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use the AI. If you're talking about using this Brokerage Plus window, which has got nothing to do with using the AI, it's just if you want to trade from within Trade Ideas, anything, not just the AI, then you have to have an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account, okay? But it doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas, whether it's an alert you're getting here or an alert you're getting from the AI. Does that make sense? Okay. For automation, you have to have an IB, Interactive Brokers, or E-Trade account. However, I'll say it again, we don't agree with automating the AI or quite frankly. So, but you know what? Chris will be in the room very soon, and he doesn't. I know he does not automate, but you can ask him questions like that. But if you have a if you have a TDA account right now, you cannot use Brokerage Plus. You have to have an IB or E-Trade account. I think Chris is getting set. Yeah, so are you in? Well, what should you ask? Are you in at Chris before I leave? Oh, you are streaming. Okay, thank you. Okay, guys, I'll be on. Thank you, Chris. I see you there now. Okay, so I'll stop streaming right now, and you can ask Chris all the questions you want about Brokerage Plus, etc. Okay, I'll stop right now.
All right, looks like we got eyes on my screen. Make sure that we got a sound test here. Looks like we're good. Hopefully it doesn't break the stream like it seems to do on me often here, dropping you guys out. How you doing, Drew? I believe I was just listening in before I took over. For those that don't know, my name is Chris Varley, one of the support guys here with Trade Ideas. I'm filling in for Michael today, who's taking some much needed vacation time before we get going into the busier fall season. So yeah, I was listening in before, Drew, and I think you had some questions about the AI. How are you, Kev? See screen, got sound, perfect, good to know. Thank you. So, Drew, as far as automating the AI goes, as Barry mentioned, it's got to be IB or E-Trade. Please note E-Trade's public beta. Basically, everything that we see as an error that comes from the E-Trade side seems to be just individual. There are no system-wide issues that we can replicate ourselves currently. Doing some automated live trading in E-Trade and manual live trading in E-Trade, however, just seems to be individuals that have issues with E-Trade's API. So this is kind of a disclaimer for everybody, not just you, Drew. The way this works is we pull data from E-Trade or IB in either case, depending on who you're linked to. This is an API data link. IB has a pretty good link. We've had it with them for a long time. They keep their data clean and pretty tight for the most part. E-Trade is a giant mess, and E-Trade doesn't care. First off, it took us forever to have them even open up their API to us, and once we got in there, they told us we told them that their API data was off, faulty, wrong, and they said, "We don't care, not our problem. You wanted it, you deal with it." And so that's how it had to happen. We go in and clean their mess up, and that's that. So, once again, we're not seeing any major issues with E-Trade. I did have someone that, looks like they had the AI not exit automatically on moderate risk mode for them yesterday. So, do our thing on our side, pass it over to the developers as I read the support files, so on and so forth. Now, getting back to what you were asking, Drew, yes, you can automate the AI. I really, really stress that automation in general is not press play and walk away. You're not going to set up the AI or any other strategy for that matter, and then hit enable for everything, run out to the bank, meet your friend for lunch, hit a bucket of balls, come back home, take a nap, and then check the end of the day market and count your money. If that's what you're looking for, I'm not sure there's a system that does that for you, but best of luck with that. That's not to say that you have to be sitting there and watching it the entire time, but I think it's important for users to have some sort of interaction when automating. Period. I would suspect that there are probably users that have been using Trade Ideas, let's say 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years, They have been trading for 10 or more years probably, and they probably do some automating and walk away for long periods of time, but that is not the normal. That is not the rule. That's the exception. That's why there are exceptions and rules. As far as automating the AI, I did a video. It covers it linking the AI for our simulator and automation, but it applies across the board, whoever you're hooked to. So I'm going to drop that video link in here, and I try to give you some realistic expectations for the AI. A lot of people look at some of these equity curves and they just think that it's a money machine. It's not. Today, bad example of calling it not a money machine, as we have our first stop, but we've got a lot of really good, especially moderate and conservative combinations going on for the AI right now. But what I'd like to do is I'm going to bring up, while nobody's firing any questions at me, I'm going to bring over our metric that we measure the AI with. It is not a live account, so there are no commissions, there are no slippages accounted for in any of this. You all have access to this. It's on our homepage here. If you were on the homepage, look for features. It's going to bring you to this page, bring you to an AI monthly performance to look at here. I'll click it again. You start here at tradeideas.com. So we're here, tradeideas.com, come to features, and we're going to move to monthly AI performance. All right, and we're going to look at Holy Grail. And we're going to see that Holy Grail had this beautiful equity curve here. Then she was flat. And flat probably with adding commissions and slippage, it's probably down. All right, and we started to trend back up with Holy Grail again. That's a long time to be flat right there. We're looking at, let's see, the beginning of 2020 till, let's bring that back, the last one, till the beginning of 2021. So, you had, near a year of flat performance from the AI, unfortunately. The Grail segment of it, okay? We never know who's going to fire off things. So, you get a whole month that's mostly Grail firing, that's what you're going to see, something similar to that. We move to 2.0, we're going to see much of the same thing here. Beautiful, beautiful equity curve. And then she's down, which means she's more than down probably. And then a little pop and we're getting flat again on 2.0. All right? And the reason why I'm doing this is to create realistic expectations. Run the AI for 2 years, I'd imagine, and you run it successfully, you run it well, you figure out some good risk parameters, where your limit offset is, or if you're going in as we're going to get to Neo, run it as a market order, or so on and so forth, however you want to do that. These things are all, market mechanics. It's more than just our software is involved. It involves you getting fills. Sometimes she puts hard to borrow shorts on there, or there's the uptick rule to attend for. The orders might sit there and never get filled. Now Neo is a much different story. And we can see that, solid equity curve, flat, solid, decent trend up, nice pop, down and flat, nice pop, down, nice pop, and trending back up again to kind of retrace over what's going on there. So, someone might say to themselves, let me look at what the market's been doing in general lately. We have an up or a wonky market, as we continue to make all-time highs, there's odd pullbacks. If you look at how the market is making all-time highs, it is mostly, I would say, a lot of big funds piling into the heaviest weighted market cap stocks that are out there, your Amazons, your Googles, your Facebooks, your Apples, so on and so forth. Probably some biopharmaceuticals, things like that are the bigger names that are being piled into as well, and that is what has us up here. Holly doesn't trade a lot of those. She trades a lot of small caps. Look at the IWM, not so wonderful. So, this becomes a puzzle that you put together, and you look at the puzzle and all these pieces of the puzzle, and you say, well, maybe I don't want to turn on certain strategies today. Maybe I want to only use the long strategies. Maybe I want to use the short strategies. Maybe there's some combination of those that might work in the kind of market we're trending in. These are the things that still have to be done as a trader, regardless of automation, and why I continuously will say and pound the table, as I'm sure Barry will too. It's not press play and walk away. I have done some automation. I don't do a ton of it. I've never automated Holly. I don't know that I ever will. Maybe I will. I don't know. I don't like ultimatums. But when I do automate, I have a very pointed symbol list at a scan. And, it's got to be the right market for me. I haven't automated in months. It just hasn't been the right market for me to automate, and that's how it goes for me. So that's my 2 cents on the AI. And we don't hide any of this stuff from you. We can answer these questions. We can show these things off like that. And like I said, Neo, pretty beautiful. But what happens if Neo only makes 5 trades in the week? You know, you're not paying your mortgage and a car payment like that in general. I don't believe so. Again, adds a nice side income for you, whatever you happen to do in life. Or if you're an okay manual trader and you think maybe I'd like to add some automation to it, maybe Neo's the way to go with that. Again, you got to look at when you're setting her up, um, all these different things. So we'll bring Holly back over in the Brokerage Plus module. If you're not familiar, this is our Brokerage Plus module. I'm on the Holly tab of that, okay? And in here is where you see everything is off, because I'm obviously not automating. But here's where you enable strategies, all right? You can enable each individual strategy, or you can click, drag, highlight, enable all strategies selected. So there's 16 strategies it came with. I can enable them all like that. All right. When you edit the strategies, you edit all the long together or you edit all the short together. So whatever trading instructions breakout long will have is the same trading instructions that every other one of these longs will have. Right click, edit long trading instructions, and in here is where you're going to set, are you going moderate or are you going conservative? You set your account that it's directed at. I'm not going to click that because I don't want to show my IB account. Are you going in a limit order? If you're going in a limit order, what's going to be your delta offset? What's going to be your limit offset? So on and so forth. Are you going to go market order? And are you willing to give up that massive delta on some of these big spreads that she might have on the earlier trades? These are all things that you have to decide. You're going to put the trade out there. How long are you going to leave it hanging out there to get a fill? Again, these are things that go beyond just the software knowledge. It's a market mechanic knowledge that you only get firsthand, unfortunately. So that's the AI in a nutshell in automation. Very quiet in here. I can see the stream obviously broke again. So we're at 44 watchers from 80, unless just half of you decided to take off for lunch because I bore you to death. I won't take offense to it though. So fire away questions, guys. I don't, there's no prepared content here from me. If not, we'll take a stroll around the horn on Holly here, I guess, for now. Just a quick early alert. Made a great pop. And she's still up, and looking at it as from a day trader's perspective, depending, what kind of charts we're looking at. I have 5 and 15 up here with the daily chart. Um, you kind of like this range here that's happening. The market, pulled back, made a move up, bring a SPY chart over. These things are going to affect, even though mostly the SPY is making all-time highs on weight. But we can see we have that pull back. We've moved up. We've got some moving averages that are about to cross. The red being an 8 EMA, green being a 20 SMA, showing that we might have some momentum on our side to make another new all-time high shortly here. I also like to do this for short-term momentum. It's our anchored VWAP feature. So those that didn't see what I was doing here, I clicked here on the drawing utensil. There's a little anchor that gives me for the anchored VWAP, and then I just decide where I want to go. I like to do a 2-day anchored VWAP, so we can see this is going to be nicely. I've been watching it all morning long. We tagged a 2-day anchor VWAP, and we've been holding pretty steady, trending up since then. So there's nothing magic about it. It just happens to be something that I like to look at. It works well for me, looking at short-term momentum. And so we'll see how that plays there. We'll look at this chart here. You can see the 20 SMA's kind of made a beeline. 8 EMA starts to curve. As these close down, we lose momentum. So we can see if we touch the 8 EMA, if we can't get a push back up. If not, we're going to find it curling back over. Here we can see that they made the touch, and we're fighting in this range, those two those two MAs, I should say, one EMA, one SMA. We'll see who wins out on the momentum side here. don't see any questions coming in unless I'm blind. So yeah, still looking like we're all caught up here. So, anyways, looks like a solid trade, early entry. On a 5 minute chart, look at it as well. You had time to get in, all in there. Whoops. You had time to get in here. A couple of minutes for that move up. Starts to pull back. Trade management. You could have the best entries and best scans in the world. If you can't manage your trades on the side up, though, it'll all mean absolutely nothing. Continue to jump around here. Let's see what Deo did. Very nice. Again, good amount of time to get in here as we start to march up. Nothing too extended. We touched that EMA there on the 5 minute chart. Came close to touching here on the 15-minute chart on the candle that she made the entry in. She makes the entry near the top of that 5 minute candle, middle of this 15-minute candle. And, 15, 30 minutes of an up move, we start to pull back. How do you manage that trade? That's your question. We're now range bound. We're going to touch the EMA again. We can see that they've met here. And again, do we curl? Do we move up? That's where the seat time comes in. What your custom setup look like? Hey, Mike C. Yeah. Again, I'm a very, very mediocre trader at best. Very mediocre. I pay the bills. The excess money that comes in for the kids' college fund, that Trade Ideas pays me that. Um, what your custom setup look like? My custom setup looks exactly like you're seeing here, Drew. I just swapped things around on screens. This set of compare count windows actually lives on a different screen, so I shrunk these two container windows down so I could fit it all on here. But what you see here, 1, 2, 3 container windows I have. 1, 2, 3 container windows actually live on a different screen for me all the time. But I like to share this screen because I have alerts and chats that are going on with internal team members and email alerts and things like that on my main monitor where this usually lives. And then on this screen that you're looking at, normally I have this guy, this guy on that screen, and that's really it. That's everything that's there. On that screen also my IB time and sales. I do like to look at IB's time and sales. So I have that over there as well, but that has nothing to do with Trade Ideas. I'm sorry, there's one other window that's involved in this all. Sector analysis window. I have that. Sorry, it's going to try to drop it in there. All right. I didn't want it merging into my docked windows. I have a sector analysis that lives over here as well underneath the SPY. So that's it. I keep it very tight, very clean. I don't like a lot of scans. I don't like a lot of charts. I don't need them. Not necessary for my style of trading. Yeah, I got you, Drew. Did you not hear me? There we go. So reorganize everything back up. And that's it on questions at the moment. So look at apps. One of those crazy runners from way back when. Remember, it was like a $6 stock 3 years ago or something like that. Cracked 100 back here towards the beginning of the year. And been under pressure ever since. Big gap up today. Earnings maybe? What do we have? Oh, earnings are behind it. Must have had some kind of news. Relative volume is really humming on that. And 7 times its normal volume to this point in the day. Almost 11 mil shares traded. Looking at all that right there. Seems pretty significant. And And pretty solid alert right there. A lot of time on that alert, to figure out how you're managing that trade if you didn't know already, which you should have. We'll see what it does here on this EMA. We can see the SMA now is starting to curl above, which is showing it's going to be under pressure on that 5-minute chart, but we'll see what happens. Let the tape play. As Chris Berman from ESPN said a long time ago, that's why they play the game. Apps API, the bane of most coders' existence, APIs. And we'll see here. She entered here near the top of that. We've come in range bound. China stock, custom computer system devices, or computer system devices. I don't know, whatever that means, or services. Who knows what the heck that means. You can see the EMA SMA is meeting there, so this is going to have to resolve itself one way or the other at some point. Barry will often say, treat the AI as a watch list, use it all day long. You set a price alert, maybe it takes out that high of the day. Look at it on a daily chart, might have some room, and just happens to coordinate with this move here recently. A lot of people, technical analysis is voodoo. Very well may be voodoo, but it's voodoo that works sometimes. So, you're looking at that, bumped its head right near that level, and that's where it struggles. I would not call that a coincidence. If it were to bust through there, looks like then, somewhere in the $34 range, you start to see a little more trouble up here, about $1 off from where it's at. And that's how it's done. Alright, Drew Perfecto. No, my pleasure. Happy to answer. That's this is what we do this for. It's always a bummer when the numbers are kind of low watching and nobody's asking questions. We got to create our own content. There shouldn't be a delay. I have it set the stream correctly. Maybe a second off or something like that. Still no questions. Fair enough. I went over a little bit about that. I like to use symbol lists. Very big into symbol lists. I like the my liked. So here you can see I have a top list that's pointed only at my liked symbols. If you're ever looking to do something like this, with the my liked, you simply click the heart on the chart. That'll give you my liked. So we can see here around the horn, any of these symbols that we click inside this top list are going to be hearted, if you will, up there. It's a good way to narrow data down so I don't have too much coming through. And then I take it twofold. I have an alert window here that's pointed at that my liked list as well. So that's all it's looking at is the stocks that I've populated with that. You don't have to just use the my liked. You can always come over to the menu bar, tools, symbols lists. I have the symbol lists that I use up here, and from there you can link them to a scan. After you've created a symbol list, create a new list, give it a name. There's the list, and you just start typing symbols, add them, so on and so forth. Once that has been done, to link it to a scan, you're simply going to right click that scan. You're going to come to configure, and you'll look at the symbol list tab here, and you can go to add existing list, and anything you've created or we've created is going to be over here from here, and you can then click it. It'll put it over here. You're going to put a check mark in it like I have with the my liked. personal, and then you're going to find the drop down menu here, and you can go all list, only the following list, exclude the following list, or you can even have the scan look at one single symbol for yourself. And so you can do that with anything. I just happen to choose the My Liked. I like that feature. And then if we look at the configure of this top list, you can see I have no filters whatsoever in here. Well, there's nothing here. So all it's going to do is show me the stocks that are here. The server side sort, meaning how it's going to populate the stocks and look for them, is from the change from close percent. All right, and just to take it one step further, if we were to go to right click, properties, select colors, in the color scheme, I also have it set to color change from close percent. Hopefully that all makes sense. So, speculative question. Is there a way to incorporate after hours data when using automation for Broker Plus in general? No. Your Brokerage Plus data, whether it's, I won't go into E-Trade because I'm really not as familiar with E-Trade as I am with IB. If you have positions in Brokerage Plus with IB, they'll update the last price according to whatever IB's ticks were on time and sales in the after hours. But we can't change the time and force on Brokerage Plus right now, or Brokerage Plus can't change the time and force on your brokerage platform. So unless the order was an original outside of regular hours and good till canceled order that you had set originally through IB, you can't get it executed. But if you had set an original, if you set through IB outside of regular hours and good till cancel order, you could modify that within Brokerage Plus afterwards. When you have an order is sitting, you'll get the line across the chart if you're familiar with Brokerage Plus that shows where your order is sitting in wait for you. You could move that bar where that order is for the price, or you could, go into the, go in and right click and modify the order that way too. Both would work. So I think that's kind of where you're going with that, Kev. Let me know. If not, we'll circle back. I see Real's got something here. There's a way to scan my like symbols to show the ones that are in pullback and crossing a 20 MA. Sure. So what we could do here is you'd want an alert list. So we start with an alert here. So we've got My Liked as an alert. We're going to right click, configure. All right, and we're going to look for some kind of different pullback. So let's see here. Pull back. Oops. Do it like that. Pull back. So, here are the different specific alerts that we could look for. All right, as far as pullback goes, we could also do something like for perhaps a new 5-minute high. So let's see. We go with something like a new 5-minute high or low, using those, or breakout, opening range breakdown, something like that. But I like the new 5-minute high because we could take that and then we could look for, in the specific filters, change. And we could look at these different change options here in percent and dollars, however you want to do this. And you could say, well, I might be making a new 5-minute high, but over the last 60 minutes, I'm down X amount, so that while the alert event is going to be met, the filter itself is being satisfied too. So essentially, you would get the alert saying, hey, I've made a new 5-minute high, while the filter said, but over 60 minutes, we're still technically have pulled back. Does that make sense, Real? Let me know, Real, if that made sense what I just said. And those are ways to think about how I'm looking for the pullback with still getting the alert event, because the alert window needs those two things. Otherwise, you could just go with some kind of pullback in either position in range or change or range filter in a top list with no event and have it just continuously circle like that. So, all right, looks like you were good, Kev, on that answer. Glad that helped you. Drew, how do you look for long consolidation stocks? Exactly these filters here. You pick what you define as long, and these change filters, 120 minutes, 160 minutes, and give them a tight range, which you define as a tight range. Any of these change filters, or you could use range. You have these different opening range alerts here, or you can come to the filters, and we have all these range filters here. Of course, traditional ATR, today's range, dollars in percent, 2 minute range, 5 minute, 120, all the way to 120 minutes, 5 minute range, 10 minute range, 20 minute range. All right. And then you have these position and ranges too. And so you can add the minimum and maximum values that you deem worthy, Drew, as what you would consider a consolidation over these periods that we offer here. All right, looks like, yep, that looks like that helped you real perfect. So, just give you like an idea of something that I've everybody wants to create the master scan. I suppose there's a user out there that quote unquote has, or has created a well enough scan that they are often able to continue back test and optimize it and continue it working. If they do, good for them. They're probably not going to share it with anybody. But I've had thoughts about something similar to go into what you talked about real with pullback, where I wanted to create a pullback alert where the stock was technically up for the day, but it had pulled back and is making a new 5 minute high. I didn't have a lot of success in back testing and optimizing something like that. Just hasn't worked out for me as well as I would have liked it to have. But like anybody else, I would love to have that scan that is really giving me, let's say let's say it gave me 100 alerts in a week, and 60 of those 100 alerts were winners. That would be pretty awesome to be able to set something like that in automation. But these are ways that you start to think of, well, what am I looking for? Let's start to type in these things. So range, we're looking for ranges. Drew had mentioned. Type range in, and see all the different things that are coming up with that. So, just again, coming back to my 2 cents, if you will, on all that. And a lot of scanning and things of this nature, especially with our software, try to start to think outside the box. Take a little time. We come to the configure here. There's a lot of stuff in here. You also mentioned something real about a 20 SMA. So we use one of those range filters or position range filters or something to find that pullback. We look for maybe that new 5 minute high or some other alert event that might coordinate what we're looking for, and then we type in 20, and we look for that 20-day SMA, and then we add that component to see where we want it above or below that by adding that filter, that component too. These same ideas here, we have. I probably most of you have to be familiar with it at this point. It's not a secret scan or anything, but Andy had created a daily bull flag scan. All right, DAIL bull flag daily setup. I'll load that here. We don't have pattern recognition for this, but what Andy did when we right click and come into the scan is he used a whole bunch of different filters here and ranges. So he took a price range, obviously. That's one step to it. And you want to see stuff that was up on the day, but from the previous day was up 75% above the low of the previous day. Use an EPS hack here to keep out ETFs. In the 5-day range, of its range, between 1 and 5 here, like that. All right. So you can use the show me function, show me where it's between 1 and 5% of its 5-day range. All right. He uses stock composite to find kind of strong things. And, I'll share the scan out again in a moment here. For those that don't have it, you can go in and edit these things. In the 10-day range, you want to see it 3% above the low of the 10-day range. And you want to see stocks that were doing at least 300,000 shares a day for the last 10 days. And that's how Andy created a bull flag scan. All right. So we're going to close out the configure, and let's just take a look on a daily chart at what some of these things look like. Looks like a bull flag to me on a daily chart. I don't know about anybody else, but it's a bull flag if I ever saw one. All right. Does it continue to break? I don't know. But that's what a bull flag looks like. And I suspect that if we continue to click here, I'm going to see much of the same thing here. Let's see. Yeah, pretty good bull flag. Starting to pull up out of that bull flag now. Make a move. And a little less of a bull flag. You want to see a little bit of a drop, but there's a consolidation there. And same idea. So we're going to have some slip through. This isn't a great example while it's trending down. Not the greatest example, I would say, of a bull flag. But all the same, it meets criteria of the scan, so that's how that works. I see a question came in. I will get to that momentarily. See a couple questions coming in. So load from cloud. So, think outside the box. A lot of tools here. We don't always have outright what you're looking for, but I can guarantee that, a lot of stuff can be done regardless. So copy, and we're going to paste that here, and we're going to send that off. Give me a second here. I'm just going to take a sip of water here. All right, there we go. So we've got that shared. We've gone over that. Is there a way to scan my like symbols? So we covered that. Consolidations we covered. Stocks up after hours. 5%, etc. Well, I mean, first we have the post market channel or after hours. I'm not sure what we call it. Pull my channel bar over. The only issue with the scans in here is they have some different components that might block some stuff. Um, where is after hours? I bet it's at the bottom, right? There you go. So after hours, entire channel dedicated to it. But I would recommend going into that, looking at the scans that are in there, and maybe checking some of those filters that are in there. I forget exactly what's in there. I don't want to click this because I don't want to lose my setup right now. And also it won't load here, so it'll kind of make a mess of things. But also, you might want to ask Barry. He created an after hour scan that I'm sure he's more than willing to share, as he shares everything. That's pretty great for when he's trading in the after hours. Sometimes he does a bunch of trading in the after hours, and sometimes he's gone at 3 o'clock. So, or 3 o'clock my time. But in there, and then again, same thing. You can scan two ways. You can use a top list or use an alert window. There are some filters alerts that don't work in the pre and post market, so don't use relative volume. That will not work. So that's that. But you could put something in, change in post market hours. You can put 5% on that, Kev. So that all exists there. I have a question as a new customer. Yeah, Ariel. I'm sorry, Ariana. Fire away your question. That's what we're here for. Does Apple have more legs? I don't know. They have more iPhones. I can tell you that. More iPhones than you could shake a stick at. Does it have more legs? I don't know. Sorry, I'm monitoring this trade of the week. I've actually taken myself a position in it. I love this action that's going on here. Really true to it. So, give you some insight into my trading. First off, full disclosure, I must have traded LTHM since last fall 20 times at least. We zoom out here. I love this chart. I love these patterns here, these horseshoe up patterns. Also, you might call it a cup and handle. So you have a long cup here, little handle here. Love all of that. I love the way, if we zoom back out, I'm going to pull up Apple in a second, and Ariana, just fire away that question when you're ready, and then I'll hit you, Mike C. I see you got that thing that Jamie did last night. Me and him actually have been talking about that and some experimenting that him and I were doing with symbol lists and things. Now we see here on the short term that since we caught this EMA here, we break it a few times, we keep coming back over that 8 EMA. And again, the sellers, they're trying to bring it down, and the buyers are taking it right back up again. 15.5 short float or so, some short growth. So those shorts, they might have to start covering one of these days here. Of course, you got this big block up here. So, it is what it is. We'll see what happens in that. But, we jumped on that one. Well, I won't say we. I jumped on that. Using the royal we here. All right. Does Apple have more legs? Let's take a look. First, I'll just say yes because I think it's illegal to sell Apple or short Apple or something like that. I'm pretty sure it's like an SEC rule or something. I'm kidding. I'm just teasing. But it just seems to be Apple just has its way with the market in general. Nothing goes straight up. You had these cliffs that it's fallen off, but pretty much, look at this, just strength, 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 strength. Yes, it has more legs in my opinion, for whatever that's worth. Is it going to give you a pullback chance? I couldn't tell you. I don't really trade Apple. I owned it a long, long, long time ago, and then when it made some beautiful moves up, I was like, yeah, I'm going to take the profit. And well, hindsight trading, as if you've ever listened to me talk before, hindsight trading is my favorite. I just should have kept Apple forever and passed it on to my grandchildren. Um, so, does it have more legs? Yes. I would say this here. Um, it's gotten away from this 8 EMA a little bit. So maybe give it a day or two to consolidate, unless you've just got that much conviction in Apple and you're just wanting to hear someone else give you their 2 cents. Um, it wouldn't be terrible to see it catch this EMA and then let the EMA give it a boost again. But beautiful fanning out, 8 EMA, 20 SMA, 50 SMA. That's strength. I will say this as a market cautionary tale overall. The big boys are coming back this weekend, next weekend. From the Hamptons or wherever they're coming from. Don't be surprised if they make their presence known, throwing their weight around, shaking up the market, scare some people out, things of that nature, because that's what they do. Spy weighted optimized scan from Jimmy yesterday 5 p.m. office hours. Lost my internet. So do I have that scanner? As a matter of fact, I have access to it right here. We keep an archive of these things. Da, 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 da. Copy link. That's a quick one for me to get to. There you go, Mike C, and anybody else that wants it. So essentially what this scan is looking at is the top 20 weighted SPY holdings, and that's that. Jamie covered it in the webinar yesterday. I'm not sure what his actual content to it was, but me and him have been playing around with symbols lists, and he decided to kind of take it a step further. And being that is what is holding up the market, is the biggest cap weighted stuff. That is what has got the market sitting at all time highs. And trade the market you're in. That's all there is to it. So Ariane, I'm still waiting for you here. I don't see anything has come in from you to this point yet. You said you have a question. You're a new customer. We're happy to help. I was a new customer once upon a time. Make that learning curve as easy as we can for everybody. My pleasure always, Mike C. So, giving me dead air time, guys. You were firing away the questions for a minute. We were hitting on all cylinders. I feel like I think I caught on everybody here. And again, I just wait for you, Ms. Ariana. Fire your question away for me. If not, sorry, I'm reading some internal support things that I've been a part of. Catching back up there. What do we have here going on? So, I do like to pay attention what sectors are doing what. Slow day for me. Many breakout fades. Faded quickly. Yes, that's the market we're in. If we were to, let's just for fun bring up a SPY again here. I do have it on another chart, but instead of moving another screen, but instead of moving it around, Pretty lackluster. 17.5 mil shares traded today, zero point 0.7 on the relative volume. Big declining volume the last few days. I don't think that we're going to take that out from yesterday. I suspect that we'll see it stick around somewhere in this volume bar range here for the rest of the week. I don't know what's going on everywhere in the country, but where I am, some schools are back on tomorrow, as a matter of fact. Some are back next week, so that obviously plays a role with different people participating in the market, Labor Day, all these things like that. So, people cramming in the end of their summer and whatnot. Not a lot going on in the indexes in general. I'd have to imagine if we bring up some cues here. See the same thing. Q's humming along a little bit more here. Zero point 0.9 on that. Only 15.5 mil shares traded, but all the same. That might get to the volume level here. I mean, overall, you can see, we're still kind of fading on the volume. Look at Great Grandpa's index here in the diamonds, representing the Dow 30. Much more like the SPY, but you can see, a lot less traded here. Mil shares, just over a mil shares traded, because there's just not as much interest generated in that, especially since you can get to some of the bigger boys that are in this via the SPY instead. What will my next trade be? I have no idea. Nothing for now. I'm fully committed capital to the market that I'm comfortable committing, Drew. There will be no next trade for me right now. It's kind of a day-by-day basis. I can tell you, some of these things I'm interested in more or less. I haven't cleaned this list up in a couple of days again. I start to become more long-term bullish on EVs in general. LTHM, even though it's traded of the week, is something I'm considering just holding and forgetting it exists, with a very, very wide stop way below from where I've entered it. I'm still very, very big in custom computing and semiconductors in general. You got to be in the right ones, obviously. So those are kind of the things that I'm more looking at long term, or sectors I could give that I'm looking at long term, and probably odds are there will be something from those that I like. For a long time, I was really ragging on energy, or traditional energy, gas, refineries, oil, so on and so forth. I am not as bearish as I used to be on them. XOP did have a really hefty pullback. That's kind of the sector that I more like to look at for energy. Zooming way out, obviously, a lot of damage on this chart for years here. But, COVID, we start to cup and handle, come up, I'm still kind of bullish on it. I'm going to have to get back through that again, but that's major, major, major resistance there, going way, way, way back. But oil and gas is not going away anytime soon, as far as I know, anyways. So it's kind of what I do is I scan the market with some different, really one or two scans mostly, as long as they're producing something. If not, I'll go to the well of some different stuff and go outside my normal comfort zone of scanning. Look at how they line up with these different sectors, so on and so forth, Drew. That's more or less what I do. My favorite setup, and how do I use trade ideas to make it work? That is an excellent question. I used to do, in the first, sorry, my mouse is getting hung up here. In the first of these webinars I did, I used to cover this a lot. But I don't like to overly pound the sand. But so my favorite setup is what you call a cup and handle setup, especially on a daily pattern, like it on every pattern. It is the oldest, longest, best working setup, if you will, in the history of trading stocks ever on technical analysis. And if you can find those cup and handles in sectors or stocks that are really, innovating, new, exciting, that's where you're going to make some of your best money. I will recommend this book as I go through this. I have no stake in this whatsoever. It's just where I pulled this from. It goes over a lot in the beginning of the book. It's called How to Make Money in Stocks by William J. O'Neill. He's an Investor Business Daily guy. And it really changed my outlook on trading, moving me more and more towards longer term tradings and this kind of cup and handle, horseshoe up type patterns. He goes over other patterns and why things like bull flags, they fail more often. Head and shoulders is trash. I mean, look, if you can use a head and shoulders pattern and it works great for you, that's awesome. I'm not a fan of it. So this is my one main scan. We call it my evening scan. I've shared it over and over and over again. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to share it before I load it and bring it over. It is a super duper simple scan. The month of August it was garbage. Now until recently, it has been great again recently for me. Just kind of the ebb and flow of things. So that's it. That scan shared. Here it is right here. And I look for these cup and handle patterns. So more on daily and to see if it has room to run. And let's just go through some of these here. Some of them are going to be awful to look at on this because I bet this is flying high right now. So it's not going to have what I'm looking for. Yeah. Really extended there on the daily chart for today. But other people I've shared this with people and they've thought it's a great intraday scan too. So to each their own how you interpret the data. Let's see if I can find something that really. Okay, so this will work right here. This is what I'm looking for. Cup, handle. Got that resistance above though. All right, and we can call that a base. I'm taking the steps higher, if you will. All right, but that's what I'm looking for. That's your cup. That's your handle. Didn't draw that really great. Let's redraw that. So my cup and my handle. All right, fill the cup, lift the handle. And that's what I'm looking for with this scan. See if we can find some more of these. CNS, not great. Yeah, probably news or earnings that affected it. You had this kind of swath here. Pull up, but maybe we have the beginning of a new cup here, so this might be something to keep an eye on. Do we have the beginning of a new cup here? And let's see what the price action does. We see a little dip. If it did that, that would be our handle then. And continue to click through. Some of these are really off the bottom here. I could probably refine the scan a little better, update it, I suppose. I haven't needed to. I've thought about it, haven't done it. But look, back here, cup, handle, maybe even another little one. That thing's just been rocking ever since. I don't know what that is. Something wireless. Now to go over the scan itself, right click, configure, window specific filters. Let's get rid of those unused garbage. I'm looking at stocks in between 4 and 30, so you could always, you want to change those around. I have a relative volume filter of 1. I don't think it's really necessary. On a 20-day range, I want to see it 75% above the low of the 20-day range, and I like to see it close 75% above the low of today's range. I think 750,000 shares traded today is good liquidity and means it'll probably hold that liquidity for a day or two anyways. And so that is what I'm doing, what I'm looking at, how I do that. You could use different range filters. You could throw a 10-day in there or 3-month or whatever you want to do for those different data points that we have. Work that around and see what works better on your specific time frame. So I hope that Shamel, hopefully I'm not killing your name there, that answers your question. That's what I do. And so, take it a step further as I go through this list after the market closes. Actually, I don't look at this during the day. After the market closes, I load this scan, and then anything that really interests me, I click the heart. I like them. They'll populate here on this list. And, kind of watch the price action the next day or two and see if it does what I would like it to do. See what's filtering towards the top of this list. And every so often, you see the losers down here on this list. I go through. And I go through them, and take them off the list afterwards. Beautiful hindsight trading again from yesterday. This thing made a great move. I got an alert. Here on it. Just over $24. I got the alert. But it could be a whippy stock. The spread was really tight, and I was stuck in some support chats yesterday. And so I just watched it do that for, 15, 30, 45, an hour and a half. I watched it do that. And there was just no way I was chasing it up here, even though apparently it had over $2 to still go. But, that's the way trading goes. You get the winners, you get the losers. You find the bread and meat in between. How long do I hold? It's going to depend on the price action in the market. I would say last fall and into the beginning of this winter, I was finding a lot of the things that I was trading, I was holding for 2, 3, 4 days, having very nice runs on those. March, I got destroyed. I had a very bad March trading, which then led me to hold less. April and half April was pretty not so great. The rest of April and May was okay for me. Same with June, and it was more some holding for a day. There was a lot of since I'll say beginning of May for me. It's been things if they have given me a little bit of meat during the day. I've taken quite a bit off during the day on my trades, and then let the rest work. Move a stop up to break even or so. Not wanting to let those winners turn to losers. So I've kind of adjusted my hold times as the market has forced my hand to do so. I base my stops on a few different things. It depends on how liquid the stock is, where it is in its range, how far it is off the different moving averages. The three main things that I look at for stops are this 8 EMA, this 20 SMA, and this position 20-day range. So just for example, on this stock, which I'm not going to trade it, I have no interest in it right now, the way it is set up right here and all that. But if just pretend hypothetically I were to be interested in it, I would probably be using this 8 EMA as my guide on a stop right now. Use that level. I wouldn't use the rising 8 EMA right now. I would use that level that the EMA is at on the daily chart. That's how I would ballpark my stop, and I would share size according to how much I'm willing to risk based on that. Of course, you got to find your target. So technically speaking, if I were to be looking at a target, it would be this. Oops. That's a terrible line, but it would be this here, that part of the daily chart there. It would be nice if this didn't exist like this, and we didn't have this move up afterwards, and we'd just gotten this kind of down and then sideways and up. I'd be looking at that, and that would be a much nicer risk reward looking, but I don't like that risk reward as part of why I wouldn't trade it right now. It is a section that I like, probably part of XOP. That's why it's on my list of like stuff. Yes, buy now. So that's giving insight into I'm gonna be wrapping up here in a couple minutes. Barry will be back to take the helm from me, but I'll say this, for anybody that's new to trading in general, new again being a relative term. You could be trading for 5 years and still be new. You can be trading for 6 months and be a veteran. Just kind of depends. Trading is a business. It's not a job. McDonald's hires you for jobs. Businessmen open businesses. You need a business plan to run a business. You need a businessman to you need a business plan to get a loan, or I won't say businessman. You need to be a business person. You need a business plan to get a loan from the bank. Most people do not have the capital to outright open it. So think of yourself as the bank, and you want to open a business of day trading. Are you just going to give that money to yourself without any sort of a business plan? If your business plan is to buy low and sell high, that's not a very good business plan. That's not a very good trading plan. It is part of it, obviously, unless you're just looking to short stocks nonstop, then obviously flip that to the reverse. But your trading business plan should include how you set your stops, why you set those stops, how you set your targets, why you set your targets. All right. How you share size accordingly to those, how you manage your positions when you're up in them, and there should be some flexibility. As I just went over, my trading style, the way that I like to hold things, worked really great for about 5 months. 2, 3, 4 day holds, great stuff. And then it didn't, so I made an adjustment based on what was happening, and that's how you do it. Um, you're welcome, Mike C. Thanks for popping over. We got a lot of great users, and you're at the top of the list, Mike C. We really appreciate it. How do I interpret the short interest on LTHM? I interpret it that whatever our data providers reporting the float, that percent is short on that float. So LTHM, oops, sorry, it's BCRX. LTHM. So that's, what's short that float there. I'm not a math whiz. I'm a self-taught trader. I didn't do finance in life, but what I can tell you is that over the last, because this gets reported every 2 weeks, so since the last reporting of this, probably at the end of this report here, I guess this probably came in mid-August. That's what percent of this float is short right now. All right, and that's the growth in that. So over this time. So this was probably somewhere in the 12, 11, 12 range at the beginning of August. And we see that since the beginning of August, this is what has happened. And that's how I interpret that. All right, so I see someone's, jumping in here. I was half paying attention there. Posting nonsense. So, we'll just wipe you out like that, guys. We try to keep it pretty clean and pretty professional in here. All right, so act accordingly or we'll just move you along. So I hope that helps Eric a little bit interpret that. Um, I don't have it in here. Oh yeah, I do. I'm sorry. So you got that days to cover. You can look that up what that means. But the shorter that number gets, or the smaller that number gets, puts more pressure on those shorts holding those positions. So again, it becomes relative what you consider, them having to scramble and so on and so forth. Um, but I like the position, and regardless, this is it's an alternative EV play, if you will, for lithium. And like I said, I'm kind of bullish the EV space long term. I'm trying to find. I've never really done much long term investing, so I'm trying to really find some long term plays. Um, and this might be one of them, so I'm doing that. How do we zoom in on a chart? Sorry, I just saw that. So just give the chart a click so you're over. Hover your mouse over it. Hold your control key and then scroll your mouse wheel up and down. That's how you zoom in and out. If you let go of the control key, you will go back in time. And see how I'm going back in time, and that's indicated by this little arrow that's down here. I click that, bring me right back. And so that's how we do that. So, on a day trader sense here with LTHM, we crossed here. And we've been a steady trend up on that 5-minute 820 cross. We're crossing here now. Hopefully. Hopefully we got a good trade of the week. It's been hard. It's been really hard the trade of the week, over the last 6 months for us. Everybody wants smaller cap, smaller price stocks for the trade of the week. And look at the IWM. That's where these ideas are going to come from, and the IWM has not been conducive of that. Look at it since March. It's a pretty tough range. Really, look at that. We broke that, and you can see that we have major support here on that line. Major support. We got major resistance here off this, though. Major resistance, and we continue to make lower highs as a matter of fact. So how does this resolve? I'm hoping it resolves the way it did last fall, where it really made a huge move up last fall. The IWM, it had been the redheaded stepchild, if you will, the market for a long time. Uh, you know, make more of my bread and butter there, if you will. So that's that. What do I think of LAC? I think LAC is trying to make a move up again. If I remember last, yeah. So I keep things simple. So big base, and in the words of All-Star Charts founder and owner AC Peretz, the bigger the base, the bigger the boom. I really, really like that. Got that to contend with, of course, but again, we can take it to the patterns that I'm looking for. So there's your cup. There's your handle. Look, you can, when you're looking for a pattern, you can see it anywhere too. So maybe my bias is to look for that. I don't know, but that's what I'm looking at. There's your cup. There's your handle. That's what I'm looking at. On Twitter, I talk to a lot of people in oil and gas. I made friends with a lot of what they call EFT, Energy FinTwit, Energy Finance Twit, however you want to call that. These guys have made, decades and decades of living in the oil and gas industry, and every one of them actually likes EVs. What they don't like about EVs is when you can't charge them. How do we get more practical charging going on them? But if you talk about the way the internal combustion engine works, and these guys are all, they know much more about cars. I'm taking their word for it more than less. I'm not some I'm not an idiot with cars, but I'm not a mechanic. When they talk about the inner workings of these cars, the way the parts interact with each other, the longevity of these parts, the practicality of how these engines work, EV engines, they say, are much more practical. On the long term, they're stronger, they're safer, they're going to last longer. Than the way these pistons work and cylinders work and things like that in your traditional internal combustions. The issue is, getting that great technology online with the great technology of EVs themselves. So that's why things like this become, be in the right space long term. You know, uh, you know, Warren Buffett, he didn't make his fortune day trading. Charlie Munger didn't make his fortune day trading. Um, Carl Icahn did not make his fortune day trading. Look at some of the, the really great traders, of the last however long, and the ones that kept their fortune too, not the ones that made a fortune and then gave it all back. They did not make their fortunes day trading. On a longer term basis, you know, cup, handle, and you can call this the next cup for the next handle if you like. You know, so a lot of data interpretations. So that's what I think on LAC. I like LAC long term. Not going to trade the ETF, but I'm going to find things like LTHM to trade out of them. Um, you know, things like that. Who knows? LTHM. All of a sudden, Tesla decides that they want to buy them out, or some other. I think what people are failing to understand too is that your big automobile players, they're not going away. They might lag the market or whatever else, but Ford's making EVs, Chevy is making EVs, Volvo's making EVs, Toyota's making EVs. Every one of these guys is making EVs. They're not going to stop making EVs. So um, that's how that goes. They're all going to need the same materials. They're all going to need batteries. They're all going to need charging. They're all going to need those things. So there's other ways. You don't have to pick the winner of the EV space. You can pick the winners that benefit from the EV space itself, that they're all going to be fighting for. uh, who's to say that Ford doesn't want to get into alternative energy in that sense, or Chevy? Now this is all speculative talk, but this is these are what we do. We speculate a lot. We speculate, on a lot of things like moving averages and support and resistance lines, and then you can take that over into how that applies to the next level. Let's see any more questions. Barry must have forgot about me, which I'm totally okay with. This keeps me from having to read support files. I feel bad for those that have to read them, but they are big and long, and I've been reading them since 8 o'clock this morning. So fire away questions while you got me on overtime here, guys. Yeah, that's exactly it. You maintain a process, you refine it. All those things like that. Um, Jamie used to say in a lot of the webinars that I watched for a long time, um, the only thing that should change is your expectations. My expectations on a hold changed on my trading plan. I still look to try to get those longer term holds. That's what I want. But I'm not going to. I'm not going to change my trading style right now because overall it does work. Some months it's paying more than others. And that's just the way it goes. That's the nature of the business that we are in. That's just part of the process.
All right, Chris, I am streaming now, so you can leave anytime. You can stay if you want, but I am streaming now. You probably can hear me. You guys can hear me. I think it's just the basic ones, 20 and 2. Slow hand, just 20 and 2. I think those are the basic Bollinger Band settings. Let me just see what I'm almost 100. I'm almost 100% sure that's what it is. Yeah, 20 and 2, 20 period, 2 deviation. Yeah, I didn't mean to cut in. Chris, if you're still there, just let me know when you leave, okay? I just had to start streaming, so let me know when you're leaving. Okay. All right, guys, I guess I'm back in YouTube. Well, I don't guess. I know I'm back in YouTube. So we've been talking over here in the main room about this short of ACIU, guys, which has turned into just quite frankly, a fantastic short. We were talking about, well, I was anyway, talking about risk reward. So, getting in this trade at 985 with a 15-cent stop. And I took out some at 940, which is a 3-to-1, or 1-to-3, at 910, which is a 1-to-5. And now it's just keep riding the rest down. So did Chris answer? Okay, Eric, did Chris answer your question regarding broker integrated into the TI system? Okay, well, he's gone. So I don't think, so I'll not answer it. I don't think it's important. I mean, we have a feature here called Brokerage Plus that if you happen to have an interactive brokers account or E-Trade account, you can use this to trade. But I don't necessarily think it's important. I don't, for instance, I mean, I'm not saying, I mean, I trade, I have interactive brokers, but I'm trading from within interactive brokers. What's nice is to have the ability, though, to have what we call linking, external linking. Most platforms we external link with. So what that means is that when I click on a symbol, it'll load in my broker's platform. So I don't have to load the symbol in. I don't have to type the symbols in all day long. Is it important? I don't know if it's important. I mean, it's a time-saving feature more than anything. So to answer your question, I don't think it's important that you use Brokerage Plus. I think it's it's a feature. If you have IB or E-Trade, you can certainly use it, but it's not important. In other words, if you don't have IB or E-Trade, and you're thinking, well, man, I've got to be able to have, I have to have IB or E-Trade because I have to be using this Brokerage Plus because it's important. I would say no. Unless you're unhappy with your broker's platform, I would say no. Yes, if you really want to know, I mean, because I don't know how they link, the linking rules and all, but what I would do is if I would head over to our homepage, and Bill is there, and he's kind of our linking expert. And so he can tell you, yes, here's how you link with Lightspeed or Ninja, okay? And again, linking is just this. It's just, see, when I click on the symbol, SLQT, it goes into my order entry into Interactive Brokers. That's all linking is, as a time saver. But if you're like me, it would be very important because, I mean, obviously I'm clicking on a lot of symbols all day long. If you're only, you're looking at, 20 symbols a day, even linking isn't that important. So you type the symbol in. It's not that big a deal. Here's another one, guys. AMSC. What are you doing? AMSC. Now, what do we see looking left? 1481. Okay, guys, so we did get an alert in the option scanner. But again, look left. I see 1481. I see 1466, but especially 1481. I see 15. I just see too much resistance nearby. It's that simple. Well, I mean, the linking is quick. I mean, when you click on a symbol, it loads up, it immediately loads into my platform. So, I mean, it's that quick. And then from there, you trade it. They got one right. Where do they put a price target on this one? PXLW. Zach can't hear me, so. Here we go. Yes, after Roth maintained a price target of 10. Yes, I see that. All right, guys, I'm just looking to see anything new. AHT, let's take a look at AHT. Sounds like it's like the RHE, which we couldn't short, but this one we could from Interactive Brokers. All right, guys. Well, again, I'm just kind of sitting back and waiting and waiting to see how much further ACIU can fall. And we have a halt. Now, a word on this halt here. Let's see if it's been, So our provider still has not adjusted the fact that this is actually a 2 for 25. I don't know why they did that, but anyway, 2 for 25 reverse split, okay? So this is not up 1,370%, just in case you're wondering. But it did just get halted. And let's just sort of see where this might open STG. Yeah, hard to know. 765, 820 is what I'm seeing, but that I'm sure is going to change. Okay, guys. So listen, I'd be putting an alert around 1043 again, 1042 for the RDHL. That's where the original alert happened from the option scanner, and it did pop up to 1120 before it fell back down. So I'm just going to stick an alert and see if it gets back up to that area again, and see if it starts to resume. You can see, I mean, the difference between this one and ACIU. I mean, yeah, this pulled back, but now it's pulled up somewhat, basing. ACIU, since 1030, has not had a glimmer of an uptrend. I mean, even this one, guys, ELYS, I mean, if it takes off the highs here at some point, I'd stick an alert around, I don't know, 626 or so. See if it takes out the highs later on. I mean, it had the news. It might get going again. ELYS. Now, so, yeah, you're right. It's over the VWAP also. 590 is the VWAP, so... I mean, it's choppy. All right, guys, I'm not getting too many new alerts right now. ATIF. Yeah, some volume just came in to ATIF. Volume came in. This one got all the way up to 569, took out the 200-day, and then closed way down here. I mean, that's a big percentage drop. However, I mean, it's starting to move again. Huge volume yesterday. It was about 30 million with 9 million in the 9.7 in the float. All right, you know what? Why not? I'll put a 60-minute. Am I really trading off this 5 that much? Maybe just add one here. See what that looks like. I know you're not talking about this one specifically, but now if they all did that, Yeah, I see what you're saying. So this is still in an uptrend working off. Yeah, okay. Well, I cannot get rid of my 15. I don't think anyway. So let me just add a 60. We cut down in one of these ones. And STG just opened. I'd be ecstatic to explain. Now, Zach can't hear me. I don't think he can hear me, just so he knows. This is not up 1,400%. Okay, this is not up 1,400%. You can't short this. This is a, well, when I say you can't, there's no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. But again, this is not up 1,400%. Okay, it's just that the provider has not adjusted for the fact that it's had a 2 for 25 reverse split. Well, you can't. I wouldn't blame IB on that one. Okay, because I mean, very few. I think very few after a reverse split are available. But you can blame them if you want. So RBI, we're RBI, red bar ignored. So let's take a look. This would be maybe an example of a red bar ignored if you look at RDHL on a 15-minute chart. Okay, so the principle is this. I mean, is it exact here? Maybe not, but let's see if I can find one that is for sure. Well, it's close enough. You have a green bar, you have a red bar, then you have a green bar. If that red bar is totally engulfed by the previous green candle, and then the next candle is green, then that's what we call a red bar ignored. Doesn't matter the time frame. Okay, so the principle is this: especially if it had several green bars in a row ahead of that one, you have an uptrend, you have a pause in the uptrend, and then the trend continues. That's what we mean by red bar ignored. Green bar ignored is just the reverse. You could have a downtrend and then a green bar totally engulfed by the previous red candle, and then the next candle is red, continuing the downtrend. Okay? If I were going to put this, where would I put this? Yeah, as long as that, well, the green bar, the red bar in this case, okay, as long as that red bar is totally engulfed by the previous green candle, okay? So it's not just any red bar. It's not just seeing a bunch of green bars and a red bar, then a green bar. I mean, the theory being a red bar, in theory, that red bar has to be totally engulfed, by the previous green candle. All right, let's take a look at some of these 60-minute candles, see if they start making a little bit of sense in terms of the Bollinger Band. So the market actually, last time I looked, was a bit of an uptrend, but now we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, almost an hour straight down. All right, guys. Well, I'm not seeing too many new things happening here. The RDHL, though, RDHL, I know it just triggered. It got up to that. Let's see if it's still hanging there. Yeah, I mean, this has a chance. I mean, if it keeps in this area, but as always, volume, volume. I don't see any volume yet. It's getting close. I mean, you know, this is getting really, really close. ELYS. Yeah, Shu, don't put that in there, okay? Oops. Oops. Sorry, Real. I think I accidentally deleted your post. I don't. I love to talk sports, okay, but we just can't do it. Not in the stocks only. There we go. So Tilray. Boy, I haven't seen Tilray for a while. Haven't seen any of the Canada displays for a while. Yikes, yeah, look at that. Way above the 60-minute anyway. And some volume. Yeah, still low percentage, 68%. Lots of contracts, but you know, not trading abnormally in terms of option volume. That's why it would not show up. I don't see a 60-minute RBI for Tilray. I'm looking at it. I don't see a 60-minute RBI. Not in our chart anyway. I haven't noticed, Philby. I mean, I really haven't paid any attention to that. So candle 11:30. This one right here? Oh, this one. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. So it's not, yeah, it's appearing as a green candle for us. I see. Okay, I do see that it is. But I don't see that it's engulfed by the previous one. Maybe I'm reading this wrong. Even if that were red, though, 10. Are you talking about a 60-minute? Oh, okay. Is this starting at 9:30? So it's okay. I think that's maybe the issue. That might be the issue, because we have like a 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. We're not starting at 9:30. That might be the issue. Anyway, bottom line is that looks pretty darn extended. I think it has a lot to do with the fact that our candle, our 60-minute candles, and I may be wrong. I don't know. I don't know what the right or wrong is. But our 60-minute candles, they go on the hour. So there's 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11, 12, 1 o'clock, as opposed to starting at 9:30, which seems to me that would make more sense, but I don't know. So in other words, you'd have a 9:30, 10:30, 11. That's why he's saying 11:30. But our 15-minute candles start, well, anyway. I'm sure our 30-minute candle is fine. Well, to me also it's coming into like 1406 right there. I mean, right here, 1405 right here. Now 1433 is a little further away, but looks like there's, these little areas right there could block it. But maybe not. I mean, it's still trying to come back a little bit. ELYS guys, it's getting, it's getting really more interesting by the minute. It's just hanging in this area. There's a little cross here. 601, 2-minute cross. Skills was on the way down earlier, right? Or no, that was on the way up, and then it pulled back. Wow. So now we're talking something that's way outside these Bollinger Bands. But here's my problem. When do you say, okay, enough is enough? Yeah, what a move. What a move for PXLW. Now, time is it? 1:39. So I have this marketing meeting in about 20 minutes. So let me take a look at Tilray again. Me, I don't ever use a 1 minute chart. I'm not saying not to, I just don't. I only have a 2 minute chart just to check to see where I get a cross right there on that 2 minute cross on the ADMA. That's the only reason I have this up and running. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have this. My lowest one would be 5 minute chart. Again, though, that is not my saying, therefore you shouldn't or anybody else shouldn't use a 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever time. Listen, whatever time frame works for you, that's the time frame you should stick with, or time frames you should stick with. I used to only have 2 minute charts, just 2 minutes. That's all I would look at all day long. I didn't have anything else. I did that for a few years. All right, guys, I have now taken most of my ACIU out. Just looking at a little bit of a pop here on the 15. The only reason I have anything left is just in case it, wants to go back to yesterday's close. I doubt if it's going to happen, but you never know. All right, back. Why did I stop the 2 minute? It was just finding it's too whippy. Too whippy. So You know, the longer the time frame, higher the time frame, you know, you're going to smooth things out. Obviously, I was just finding even the 2 minute was just too choppy, up and down, up and down, up and down. What is happening here? VLON is. She's talking to me. VOLN. What are you doing? VOLON. There's a one. You know, $10. What is this? Is not a. Okay. Keep an eye on VLON. Low float. 21 times the float so far. All right, guys, I'm actually all out of the ACIU now. Completely out of it. Thank you. It's a really, very nice trade. Now, see, it's starting to curl up here a little bit. I don't know if there's any news on it. I don't see any news. Didn't see this in the pre-market at all. Look, there was no action whatsoever. No action after hours yesterday. No action in the pre-market. This is looking right for a short also. All these things, you know, they go crazy for a while. Well, I don't have an average hold time, Doodle Dumb. I don't even think like that. I don't think, well, no, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be evasive. I really don't know. I mean, rarely do I hold overnight, but other than that, I really don't know. I mean, look how long, you know, today, ACIU holding from 10:30 until just a few minutes ago. Still looks relatively strong. A little pullback, and now for skills, SKLZ. I'd like to see it catch. I'd like to see that ADMA catch up to it and then break it. Okay, now for instance, real, there we are. There's the top of that little raft channel. Okay, so for skills, let's see if that is a. Let's see if that is anything. That's on the 30-minute. Okay, YSG. This has a lot of room looking left, I think. Yes, it does. So this just showed up on the modified option scanner. It wouldn't show up on yours until it hits 300%, but my modified one, and the reason being is that there's at least 75 cents, between this high that it's at and the next high looking left. So this could be interesting. Okay, the YSG. Big float. Wow, look at that float. 383 million in the float. Yeah, I like to thank myself. In the modified one, I think my minimum volume is, I don't think I really changed the minimum volume too much. Minimum volume is 500,000 shares. However, only 750 contracts. But in this case, it didn't matter. And the option volume is 200% of normal. So I really reduced the number of contracts from 2,000 to 750. Otherwise, I don't think I wouldn't get very many alerts at all. Like I might get one or two a day, max. Maybe not even that. But the volume itself is still high, 500, well, relatively 500,000 shares. So that's not an issue. Only had 2 alerts? Okay. Probably, well, the YSG would have been 1 because 2,000 contracts is there. You should have had another one. Oh, wait a minute. 2,000. Yeah. Okay, did you keep the option volume today percent the same at 300%? Okay, that's why. See, I only see one then. BTCM. Oh, and you made it 80 cents instead of 75 cents. Okay. Not yet, anyway. Not for the VLON. It is still running here. But yeah, keeping an eye on it. But I'll be in this marketing meeting pretty darn soon, so. Give me a moment here, guys. All right, well, let's see if Skills does it. how to add an action to the top list items. I don't know what you mean by an action, Lee 9. Not sure I know what you mean by an action. Ah, shoot. ACIU is looks like it's going to make another new low, but that's okay. So Lee, I don't know what you mean by how to add an action to the top list items. What do you mean by that? Lee 9, can you hear me? Oh, okay. So top lists don't have sounds. That's not the function of a sound of a top list. Alert windows have sounds. Okay, so you can't. Well, you probably know that. That's why you're acting. But remember what a top list does. It updates every 30 seconds. So to have a sound on it would be kind of irrelevant. Okay, the whole idea of a top list is just giving a listing and updating that listing every 30 seconds. Look at the VLON. Make sense? Whereas when you get a real-time alert, that's when you want to have a sound. Okay? Yeah, that won't happen. Okay? Like a new symbol to the list. Yeah, it can't be done. Well, let's see the skills, guys. Remember, hey, real, we've got a winner here with RAF. RAFF. Oh my goodness. What is idea surfing? So idea surfing is this. Right now it's paused. Okay, now it's surfing. So what it does is it'll take a look at the top 3 symbols as you have them sorted in all of your top lists. Okay. Let's see, which one is it on now? Oh, it's paused. Okay. So no, the minute I go to a chart, okay, now it starts again. I'm just trying to see where it is. Okay, earnings plays down as an example. Earnings plays down, it's on that one right now. Now it's going to the AI, okay? And it's going to the next one and the next one. So it also goes through the AI. So it takes the top 3 symbols as you have them sorted there. It's gone back up to Dale. I know it's confusing because it's jumping all over the place right now, but the idea is that all the top lists that you have, it'll go through the top 3 as you have them sorted, then it goes on to the next one, to the next one. It'll just keep cycling over and over and over again, okay? This is actually reacting a little bit more crazily. If I go to the chart, I can pause the surfing, so I can take a look at the chart a little bit longer. The minute I click on an alert, it'll stop surfing. Okay, and of course this is just a toggle on and off. So again, the idea is that you can kind of sit back and let the system load. I think there's a bug. Unless it pauses in here also. Let me just see this. Maybe it pauses in the Brokerage Plus window too. Yeah, it must do that. Okay, so it just loads charts one after another. That's too quick. Something is going on. I don't think. I think that's a little too quick. But that's the theory behind it, anyway. Okay. Yeah. Let me just. In fact, I'm going into this marketing meeting. It may be just, you know what it might be? It might be the duration this is set for in this development version. Because it's going a little too quickly. That's all. I think typically I think the duration is set for 6 seconds or something like that. So it'll, yeah, you see it's going a little too quickly. Wow, man, how come I'm not in ACIU anymore? That's okay. I'm not going to complain. All right, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. I'll be in this marketing meeting starting in a couple of minutes. So I'm just going to put the announcement in. You too, Thomas. So TCAT and those guys are starting to move again. Okay, well, I hope they work for you guys if you're in them. Man, oh man, at ACIU. Okay, guys, I don't know if I can do this. I'll be in this meeting, so it requires a little too much concentration. But there's your ELYS. There I am. Oh, yeah, what's happening? Must be a long development meeting. Hey, by the way, are you guys having an issue? You guys having an issue with surfing? With the okay, I just had a guy ask me about it, and I was demonstrating for it, and for excuse me, I was demonstrating it, and it was changing screen every like second instead of a pause of 4 or 5 seconds or 6 seconds. Yeah, okay. There we go. All right, guys. So listen, are there any other questions? I know, I'm sorry, very long meeting. Posted the AMSC. Boy, did that ever have a run. Because I was in that meeting. So we had the alert at 1471 from the option scanner, and it had a nice little run in it. All right, guys. Yeah, no, thank you. I saw that reel. I did see that. Well, I don't know what I can add to the BBIG. I mean, it's it's a low float, right? Isn't that a low float? Can't remember if it's a super low float or no. It's actually not that low a float. But it's so whippy. I mean, yeah, I will freely admit I did actually trade this one. That's why guys probably saw me putting all these price alerts in over and over again while I was in the meeting. But I watched it like a hawk, and I just got in and out a couple of times. I don't really know what else I can add. I mean, it's it's one of these ones which is going to be very, very whippy, so you can't take too many shares. Have a wider stop. Yeah, but Michael, you come in the room and just sort of try to pump a stock, and then you leave. I mean, I know what I don't really know what you're trying to accomplish. Well, it wasn't so much I didn't have that wide a stop. Okay, I was playing like the $7 level. But listen, some of these are just too tricky to play. I mean, I was prepared. But I had about a $7 level stop. So when it got to I think 7.15, I was watching it, watching it. So when it got to about 7.35, I just took a bunch out. Then when it went back down close to 7, it didn't hurt me. Okay, guys, I've been watching that skills also. Find it been a little bit tough. I was thinking about shorting this one. I mean, but yeah, I mean, look, the stock that goes down to 691 and it pops right back up to not right back up, but 634. This is not an easy trader. It's that simple. It's not an easy trader when you look at the topping tails and the bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart. So, I mean, I was just kind of being very, very nimble with it. This is nothing that I'd be, okay, I'll get in the trade, go downstairs, make a coffee, come back up. Very, very, very. Yeah, skip them. Skip the choppy ones. You see topping tails and bottoming tails left and right, especially on a 15-minute chart. Not every trade is this is not a suitable trade if you're not going to be really, really nimble. And there it goes again, I mean, and it's a meme stock, I mean, yesterday was. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions. Oh, it might be 100%. I listen, there's, you have to well, I know you understand why this is happening. It's a WSB stock. On a day that it trades like Matt the last 2 days, if you can find a way to trade it, great. If not, you just leave it aside. All right, everybody, that is it. Thanks for all the help. Let me first of all get my script together. Tomorrow is Wednesday. All right, guys, I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.